There we go. We're live. How's everybody doing? Already have a pretty strong chat to start. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Thursday. Looking forward to, ideally, a better TNF matchup tonight. We got Cards, we got Saints. Very banged up Saints team at the moment. Oh, I probably should put EJ on the screen, huh? There we go.
Nah, no need.
Pretty banged up Saints team tonight. But, still a very talented roster overall. Perhaps the Cardinals get off the schneid by taking advantage of all the ridiculous Saints injuries. Michael Thomas is out. Marshawn Lattimore's out. Jarvis Landry's out. Jameis Winston obviously still out. It's been a deluge in New Orleans. But, I mean, for God's sake, EJ, anything would be better than Bears Commanders at this point, so I'll take it.
Well, the last two have not been strong, so we are hoping for an entertaining game. A wild scoring burst here or there would be fantastic. We get some cool uniform variations, if nothing else. Cardinals have come out in their Louisville kit, as I'm calling it. And there's some really interesting matchups. I went through both teams' last games today and sort of looked at some of the storylines that might happen. So we'll give you some of those, but we've got our prize pick slip and some other things to look forward to. But how are you doing on a Thursday?
I took a pregame nap today for the first time all season, which felt
Strong work.
Wonderful.
Strong work.
I was up late last night working on the film room, which I think is coming out tomorrow.
I'm shocked. This is my shocked face that
Yeah.
you were up late working on a film room.
Specifically the thumbnail. I was dialing in the thumbnail for like 4 hours. People don't realize
Oh, man.
thumbnail is everything in the YouTube game.
Yes.
So I was working on that last night, and I was dog tired today. So I was like, you know what? So I can make this stream somewhat entertaining. Let's get a little bit of rest. But let's see how many people we got in here so far. Oh, pretty good amount. I'll take it. 40 people. Chat, if you have any questions about tonight's matchup, feel free to drop them. We'd be happy to answer. We're about half hour away from kickoff at this point-ish. Elijah Moore. EJ, I wanted to run this by you. Roquan,
Yeah.
Elijah Moore, straight up, makes sense to you or nah?
I wouldn't do it straight up because I don't think the Jets are gonna. Let's start with this. I don't think the Jets are gonna trade him, which is dumb if they're not gonna use him. And they are using him, but if they're not going to feature him, I don't think they're going to. And the weird thing is they also have Denzel Mims, who is backing up Elijah Moore, who they're also not using a whole lot, and they're not going to trade him either. So that's just weird. I understand it by Joe Moore. Roquan's price is probably currently a little bit higher given his stead in the league. But would I be sad about it? No. Now if you told me Robert Quinn and a pick for Elijah Moore.
They're not doing Robert Quinn for Elijah Moore.
No,
Come on.
they're absolutely not. But if you told me that, I would be happy. I would love Elijah Moore on the Bears. Heck, I would love Mike Gesicki on the Bears to be used like Mark Andrews is in Baltimore. Like, he can run block a little, don't have him pass block, always have him out on routes, and you would just prosper with that kind of move. But we've talked about it. Bears have other issues. I would love to see Elijah Moore get moved to a team where he's featured a little bit more. The bottom line is they've called a lot of plays for him. Those plays haven't necessarily come to fruition. Now you can talk about whether or not that's his routes or Wilson's, ability to find him or the rest of the play design. Those things are all up for debate. But we both love Elijah Moore as a player. We loved him as a pre-draft prospect. I would love to see him get some more touches in a different offense. And if that offense was the Bears this year and next year, I would be super psyched about that.
JJ for $10. Thank you, JJ. Happy to have this watch. God, I can't see. This is what happens when I nap. I can't read. Not that I'm super.
You need to
literate
pour
today.
some coffee in your eyeballs.
Actually, I do have like 4 cups of coffee to get me through tonight. But
There you go.
JJ for $10. Excuse me. I'm happy to have this watch along. Had a rough day dealing with my family because my grandpa passed away unexpectedly. Sorry to hear that.
That sucks.
I'm looking forward to football with you guys. Full disclosure, JJ, I'm going through the exact same thing. My grandfather was just put on hospice today, and I'm going to see him tomorrow. So I'm right there with you, buddy. I know how it is. It's awful, and I wish you and your family the best.
Yeah, not a good stream for grandfathers, apparently. So that is not cool. JJ, I'm glad you can take a little bit of a break. I'm glad you choose to take it with us. That's fantastic. Kel for $5. Evening, guys. Will tonight be better than Colts Broncos? We sure hope so. That is our deep and abiding hope, is that this game, if nothing else, is more entertaining than the last two. Last two have been a bit of a grind for different reasons,
A
but
bit.
pretty
Yeah, a bit.
pretty similar results. I mean, after 2 weeks ago, people were saying, is that the worst NFL game ever? And when people say NFL and ever together in the same sentence, you kind of got to prick your ears up, because there's been thousands and thousands of games. But it was in the running. It was not a great game. We are hoping that at very least we run the median tonight, and we get an average NFL game with some average NFL scoring and some fun moments, because there's talented players on both sides. And, that's why they play them. Is we could line this up on paper and say, oh, it's this or it's that. Get them on the field, injuries included, and it might be a completely different ball game than we think it is.
I'll just take more than 12 points. Like that's
Yes.
all I like. And I'm
Sure.
wearing my Hopkins jersey, supporting D Hop in his return. I have him going to my prize pick slip. Actually, I probably should show you guys that.
Did you
'Cause
see
I'm all over
his
this tonight.
video?
Hopkins video?
Yeah.
No.
Don't call it a comeback. I'm like, wow, that's the first time I've ever seen like a return video from a PED
From a
suspension.
suspension.
It was like completely produced too. He apparently took his time off and took it real serious,
Oh,
because
that's great. That's
yeah,
great.
I was like, huh, look at that.
Well, I got D Hop going in the prize pick slip tonight. His over under for yardage is 62.5, which with Marshawn Lattimore out, I feel is pretty easy. Not gonna lie. Like Hollywood Brown's also out too, and we know DeAndre Hopkins is a target monster when he's on the field anyway. He's going to be Mr. Third Down for them. So 62.5 over feels great to me. Over Kyler Murray at 245. I know sounds rich, but again, with all the Saints injuries, I do think that they might actually throw a little bit more than we're thinking, especially because I don't think they're going to be able to run very well against that Saints front. So I think like a significant portion of their yardage is going to have to be through the air tonight. So over Kyler Murray, 245.5 for me. Sounds okay with Lattimore out. I was tempted to go over Eno rushing at like 40, but again, I'm going to stick with the theme here of I think they're going to throw. So give me over Eno Benjamin, 22.5 receiving. Kamara on the other end, over 32.5 receiving, also is tantalizing to me because I'm sorry, Kamara over 32.5, anything seems a little low. And then Juwan Johnson, my wild Juwan Johnson pick to round out the 5. I'm getting him for 3 receptions because if there's one thing we know about Andy Dalton is that he will find his tight end. Whether it's the right decision or not, he will find his tight end.
Yeah.
So I'm going Juwan Johnson over 3 receptions. It's a $50 slip. So if I hit all 5 of these, I get a nice little $500 payout. I can hit 3 and still be okay, but we want all 5, EJ.
Yeah, and you can pick up 4 and still make money. Of course, anybody wants to trail that slip, you can hop on Prize Picks. They are matching your deposit up to $100 if you use our code Bootleg. So that helps support our stream as well. Prize Picks has been very generous with us this year and make sure that we could do a lot of these fun things. So if you've got the hankering, if you think that Brett is right, and to be fair, his record's been pretty good. He has no losses. He has 1 tie and a couple of small wins, and what, 2 5s or 1 5?
1 5, and then mostly
1-5.
4s, but 4 is
Yeah.
still double your money. So
4's a win.
We'll take it.
4's a win. That goes in the win column. When you get a 3 and you get your slip money back, that's a tie, and he's no losses. So he's like 1-4-1 or something.
Yeah.
Not bad.
We're good. Overall, pretty up on the season. Got some super chats to catch up on real quick. Zach for $5. Are there any wide receivers that the Packers can trade for to save their offense? Elijah Moore in Green
they're
Bay
rumored.
would be awesome.
Yeah, they're rumored to be. I don't know that he would be actually, because they already have 2 Elijah Moore types on their roster, and we always
Yeah,
talk
but they're
about
not as
filling-
good as the actual Elijah Moore.
They're absolutely not. I'm not arguing that at all. So we're talking about Randall Cobb and Amari Rodgers. They're both very similar to Elijah Moore. There's been a lot of smoke around Chase Claypool from the Steelers. Packers being interested in Claypool.
I didn't hear about that.
I would hate that, like big time. I would really hate that. Rodgers has shown a real ability with guys like Lazard, who are similarly built to Claypool, to leverage them in the passing game. So I don't want to see any part of that.
You would hate it as a Bears fan, not for
That's
the
correct.
Packers. Yeah.
No, Packers fortunes are Packers fortunes. They can make it or break it on their own. They don't need any help from Chase Claypool, that's for sure. So, are there? Yeah. Will Goody go out and get one? He's shown, let's just say, restraint at the trade deadline. He's not been willy-nilly with assets or picks or money either. So, at the trade deadline, free agency, they had a big free agency a couple of years ago, but they're out there. Will they make the move is probably a bigger question. So we'll see. And does the other team want to let him go? That's the thing, is like the Steelers aren't just going to chuck Chase Claypool. They're not mad at him.
No.
But you got to give him something. And that's where it gets down to brass tacks. Is this worth it? Is this enough? Et cetera, et cetera.
I think it's a 2. I think that's what they're going to get for Claypool, is a 2. Just because of what he showed as a rookie.
If they get a 2, it's a huge win for the Steelers.
I think they will.
I think 2 is high, but
that's what they spent on him. So I think if they're just getting their money back,
you don't get that anymore, right? Look at Amari for 5 with a contract. Again, you don't have the full length of the rookie deal. He's got a couple of years of tread off the tires. You don't get what you spent anymore. Nobody pays that. So
I look at it this way: they also spent a 2 on Christian Watson, and as a second-round pick, Claypool's look better than Watson has. So.
There's a lot of Packers fans saying that. Oh, look, another 6'4" wide receiver with great speed. Oh, who could have thunk it?
They have it tight, man. Zach, for $2 Canadian, Elijah Moore to the Chargers, please and thank you. I was actually just talking to my buddy who works at the Chargers, and we were going over all of the different available wide receivers because they've been dealing with injuries there. And, Keenan's coming back soon, but still the depth has been laid bare. And we were talking about Odell. We were talking about Elijah Moore now. And to be honest, I would say if the Chargers are going to get Elijah Moore, specifically because these two teams are battling for a playoff spot against each other right now, they will make it hurt. They will ask for a 1 from the Chargers. And I don't know if the Chargers are willing to do that, but if I'm the Jets, I'm not giving him away to another team that will feature him quickly for anything less than a 1 if that other team is also in competition with me for a playoff spot. I don't know if they're going to do that. I would love it, but
yeah, I wouldn't if you're the Chargers. That's an entirely risky move for somebody we haven't seen working at full potential in the NFL. So that seems awful high. And the other thing is the Jets can do that. They can ask for a 1. And if he doesn't go, they don't care. They're saying we don't need to move him. He is disgruntled. They are not happy about the way he went about the last couple of days in terms of posting things on social media, and they had a meeting with him today to sit down and talk about that. We'll see, but this isn't, we have not yet reached the point of irreconcilable differences. I don't think. Like, they do not have to get pennies on the dollar to get him out of there. He's not a locker room cancer. We're not talking about that. He's pissed. He's not getting as many touches, like insert wide receiver X over the last 10 years. And you could say the same thing. So it's not the end of the world.
Well, another thing you got to consider, his best friend is A.J. Brown, who just got a metric fuck ton of money.
Yep.
And he wants to be like his friend, A.J. Brown, and get a metric fuck ton of money. A lot harder to do that if you're not getting the ball. So.
Did you see A.J. Brown reposted his tweet and said free Elijah Moore? They're buddies. That goes back. This goes back to the Ole Miss tie. They're buddies from the program, and good friends from the program. And yeah, they do want to be like, but one situation is not like another for a million reasons. We talk about that all year long. The situation, coaching, injuries, opportunity, quarterback, like you name it. There's a lot of variables, and he would like to increase his chances to be in a featured or premier role. Again, show me a wide receiver that says they don't want that. I don't want that guy on my team.
How much money to have you bench Ayuk permanently?
30 cents? 35?
$3.50.
$3.50. $3.50 to be clear. He's ready to go.
Guys with no vowel for $5. Missed the last few with work, but now I'm home with COVID. Oh, that sucks. We've
I'm
had
not
that.
sure. Work, COVID. I'm glad you're okay. It says,
Yeah, we've had that multiple times run through this household, so I know how much it sucks. So sorry about that. Excited to watch. Also to add Hopkins to my 6-0 20-man fantasy team. God, so you're scraping the bottom of the barrel in a 20-man league. You probably got Juwan going tonight as well, just because you have to.
right, because there's no other options.
That's crazy.
The Saints have a lot of good options. It's interesting because their quarterback situation was Jameis and then injured and then Taysom and now Andy. Like, not the greatest, just what we were talking about, not the greatest situation for wide receivers. But Rashid Shaheed, name you might not know, that dude is fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he had a play last week, scoring play. He is tall and he is fast. Like, it would look for him to make some kind of play tonight. I don't know that it's going to be a scoring play. Certainly the odds are against that in back-to-back weeks. But Rashid, he can fly. So that was a bit of a bolt out of the blue watching the tape from last week. I was like, I remembered the name, but it had zero impression. And I was like, okay, now I got an impression. That dude is big and fast, and he can cut. Long touchdown last week. And in terms of what the Bengals did to the Saints, they cut them apart with slants.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Saints could not handle the slant from anybody. They ran Jamar, they ran T, they ran kid from Pitt, who third receiver, whose name I'm forgetting, of course, because I should remember it. Hang on, going back to the chart.
Kid from Pitt.
Tyler Boyd.
Boyd?
Yeah. They ran a boatload of them to Boyd, and Saints were just powerless against the slant. They couldn't do anything against the slant. And guess what? Andy Dalton is really good at throwing the slant, like on time, short to medium throws, in rhythm, on time, short to medium throws. That is the Andy Dalton diet right now. Outside the numbers, anything, even short to medium, not great. Ball flutters a little bit on him. Deep balls, it's not even a 50-50 ball at this point. It's like a 30-70 ball against. But short to medium, in rhythm, mostly between the numbers throws, Andy Dalton is money. He hit a bunch of those last week. And if the Saints can get on rhythm with slants, it's going to be really good for them. And same thing for Kyler. Kyler will throw. He's a shorter quarterback, but he will throw between the numbers. And, they're getting a receiver back. They do like to throw to their tight end. If they use a bunch of slants, it'll be really interesting to see if the Saints defense, especially undermanned in the defensive back category, can do anything more than they could against the Bengals last game, because they just opened up and let them run down the field on slants. That was the majority of what happened to them. So fascinating to see if that battle can work on both sides.
I was just setting my fantasy lineup because I wanted to make sure I got Eno in. And I just realized that Kirk Cousins and Jalen Hurts are both on bye, and I am fucked this week.
Why don't you start Taysom as a TE?
Oh God.
Just kidding. The boundary CBs for the boundary corners for the Saints are struggling. They were struggling last week, even when Lattimore played. Without Lattimore, look for Kyler, D Hop, and even all the smaller wide receivers.
Even Rondale, I think.
Yeah, Rondale had good receptions outside the numbers against Seattle last week. They are fast, and Kyler Murray can hit the cover 2 hole. He hit it last week. He hits it before. He throws it like a baseball, but it doesn't matter. He can hit the cover 2 hole.
It's one of his best throws. Like fade balls and hole shots against cover 2, because they're outside the numbers, and that's what he does well, is throw outside the numbers. Like I mentioned it in the podcast, but like mesh, for whatever reason, not reading it well this year. And it's freaking mesh because it's over the middle.
Yeah. So the Saints are going to have their hands full. I mean, D-Hop returning is definitely a thing. Anyways, you would hope that Lattimore was healthy for a guy like that coming back. He's not. That's its own issue. But they struggled otherwise. They struggled with coverage, and they struggled with tackling. They allowed a lot of long runs on the outside. And even the touchdown to Mixon was basically an outside slant on 3 wide. Like, they put Mixon out wide at the Z, and he basically ran a slant. He let them clear out. It was a sloppy route. It was not a great route. And Mixon is not great at breaking tackles, and he scored easily because they just...
I'd say Mixon's good at breaking tackles.
Well, no, he's not. Check the numbers.
For this year?
Yeah, this year he is last in the league at breaking tackles. Like
That's
literally
not
last in
like
the league.
him. Normally,
No,
he's
it's
a lot
not.
better at that.
Yes, I would agree. This year he is at the bottom of the rungs. I mean, not the bottom of 32. He's like 64th or something out of qualifying
Oh,
backs at breaking tackles. Yeah. His yards after contact are like under 1.0.
it's like the anti-Damian Pierce.
Yeah, no. And again, I don't that's not something we've seen from Mixon in past years, but this year
Yeah, I'm
he's
used to him never going down on first contact.
yeah, and he's a paper tiger this year. He can't stay up for whatever reason, but he didn't need to. Again, the Saints didn't put anybody in his area. He walked in on a somewhat sloppy route from the outside that was a slant. But
Interesting.
so it's going to be really interesting to see what the Saints are going to do. They're going to have to bring now their defensive line, I will say, and their offensive line. Both lines for the Saints right now are playing really well. They're playing really strong football. They had some great holes in the running game. They were moving the Bengals both fronts all over the place. So they're going to need that defensive line to get pressure. They're going to need them to try and contain Kyler, and they're going to need Pete Werner to play spy really, really effectively because Kyler, as we all know, if he gets that A gap, right, if that opens up, he's going to squirt through it. He's going to be gone. And he's very good at that. He'll do it the drop of a hat. So they're going to have to try and knock that down, but they're going to need to get pressure with Ford because their corners can't hold up right now, injured or not. They're just not playing very well. And they're going to have to tackle better no matter who's in there because they had some long plays that shouldn't have been long plays when they got out on the edge.
Jared for $5. Should I start Taysom? Also, Brett, please bench Ayuk again. Well, I just put Ayuk in my lineup, so he's going to get 2 points. Believe you me. He's doing nothing this week. Should you start Taysom? If you're in a similar situation to me where you have Hurts and you have Kirk Cousins and literally no other option, yeah, sure, start Taysom. But other than that, probably no.
Wow, that's a lukewarm endorsement at best. Hey, if you're completely out of options, you need to go buy a sandwich with a change in your couch.
Double boned.
Yeah, go do it.
Guy with no vowels for $2. Look at all those wide receivers, Ravens, D-Jacks. Nothing for Baltimore. I mean, would you be that shocked if the Ravens trade for Elijah Moore? I wouldn't.
I would only because there seems to be, and there has been, I need to take my little mea culpa, there has been some evolution in the Ravens offensive scheme this year. Some, not a ton, but there's been some. It's there. I have been looking. I'm not just recycling tropes from 2 and 3 years ago, but the Ravens don't use wide receivers. They use one. They always use one. And they're
tight ends and running backs.
Yeah, and they use Isaiah Likely like a third wide receiver. They use Mark Andrews like their number 2 wide receiver. They've got Bateman, and they're going to throw to backs as well. So literally like 2 through 4 or 2 through 5 doesn't include wide receivers, right? It includes a couple of tight ends up to 3 and a couple of backs. And that's who they're going to throw to. And then like the number 2, what would be the number 2 on most other teams is like number 6 in their receiving pecking order. So do you go out and spend an asset on that? Probably, like you said, the Jets are going to soak them for one because, they're in the same conference or not the same division, but like they're not going to let them go for nothing because, again, they don't need to. It's not a fire sale type situation. So do the Ravens can they really push that on their OC and go, hey, we're going to go get you a shiny new toy that you can bury at 7th on the depth chart?
I don't. So here's the thing. I don't think Greg Roman would bury him because he would use him in the run game. He would go out and get him and use him as the jet sweep threat in addition to being a wide receiver.
But do you do that for like what is likely going to be a 2nd or 3rd round pick? Like
no. They're not. It's not a 3rd round pick. They're letting him go for. They're at minimum 2 in a player.
I'm just saying.
Which is why if the Ravens are willing to pay that price.
Yeah, but nobody's willing to pay that because they know the Jets, they know the Jets probably aren't going to get it. I don't think anybody's going to blink and pay it 2 for Elijah Moore right now. He just hasn't done that much. Like, we believe in him. We believe in his potential. But if you believe in somebody's potential and they haven't shown it, you buy low. You don't go out and go, I'll give you a first round pick for the guy that hasn't done anything. Like, you just don't.
Yeah.
And, there might be somebody silly enough out there to do it. GMs have done sillier things. Let's just be honest. But do you pay that price? Does DaCosta pay that price? And my answer is not in hell. No way.
Football Scout for $10. Keep up the great work, EJ and Brett. Well, thank you, Football Scout.
Appreciate that.
We really, really appreciate you. I think I'm subscribed to your channel. I'm pretty sure I am on both the Bootleg and on mine. So, from you're subscribed to both of ours. We're both subscribed to you. I think it evens out there, but thank you for the support. Thank you for the $10. Really appreciate you, bud.
Oh, it is almost kickoff time, so I am going to open my beer. I have themed beers tonight.
What do you got?
I have a themed beer for each half. So because the Cardinals usually, I realize it's not the case this year, usually start hot and then fade, we're going to go with the Cardinals themed beer in the first half. See, there's a method. And we've got Ridgetop Red Ale from Silver City Brewery, which is right over in Paulsbo. It's 6% by volume. Really nice red ale. So that's going to be our first half beer. And then I have a beer from New Orleans for the second half. So since the Saints will probably finish.
What's the New Orleans beer?
It's from Abita Brewing, for those of you that are familiar. And it is their brown ale, which is called Turbo Dog, which is awesome because I also used it on my Bears Over Beers podcast this week because I was reviewing Kyler Gordon.
There you go.
So Turbo Dog, because Kyler Gordon being a Husky and he's fast. Turbo Dog from Abita. It's a great brown ale.
Sanjit, I just double checked. Yes, we are on both of our channels. We are subscribed to yours. Also, chat, go subscribe to the Football Scout because Sanjit does excellent work himself, and he has a fast growing channel. And he's one of the rising stars in the industry. So please go check out his channel. He does really good work.
Yeah. Sanjit, absolute friend of the channel for sure.
Cereal for $5. Ooh, Australian? $5 Australian, I think that is. Thanks for making my work days bearable. Let's go Saints. Who dat? Who dat indeed. I think that's Australian, right, EJ?
I'm not sure.
Or Austrian?
Could be Austrian or Australian. I'm not sure. I think I want to say Australian is AUS, but I could be wrong.
A Saints fan in either Austria or Australia, I would need to hear a story about that.
Yeah, for sure.
About how that even happened.
For sure.
Full Metal Savage for $10. I'm a Lions fan, so I'm happy with J-Mo, yet irrationally angry at the Chargers for not getting him to pair with Herbert. Have you had that thought? Please get Thor his hammer. That's a very good analogy because Herbert with James and Williams would be disgusting.
That's kind of the whole point, right? The one I saw this week that's related to that was they were talking about, Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes have ascended because they're, again, we've talked about it a lot. Their teams around them are great. And while Justin Herbert is just as talented as those two, the line was he is with an offensive coordinator that wants to drive his Ferrari 60 miles an hour in a 65 zone. And I was like, that is it, right? And that's back to Herbert at Oregon, which led to your scouting report. Like, you've got this guy that has a right arm made out of, thunder and lightning, and you're not letting him tear it downfield, nor are you going and getting guys that are big deep ball threats. And why the hell not? Like, that is a superpower. We should be leveraging it.
Sorry, chat. I'm trying to pull up probably should tweet out that we're live, huh? And actually be a good professional for once. How about that?
Tonight's night to start.
Oh, man. Gage Camplin for Canadian, $2.79. I don't know what that translates to in freedom dollars, but I appreciate the donation. Who is the second best team in the NFC? I'm assuming after Philly.
Yeah, that was my assumption as well. And I'm looking at the standings in the NFC right now, and it,
Minnesota.
I'm hesitant to say the Vikings, because here's my question, and this is ludicrous if you posed this even a week or two ago. Might even be ludicrous now. If the Giants and the Vikings meet on a neutral field, who wins?
Neutral field.
Yeah, neutral field right now. You just stack them up on some high school field and say, go for it.
And they're both healthy.
Yeah. I mean, current state of the Vikings, current state of the Giants.
Man, I would say Vikings, but I would be fucking terrified to bet on it.
That's what I'm saying, is that it's so close. All right, we've got game action. And guess what? It's a slant.
Shocker.
Oh my God. Andy Dalton opens up with a slant. What did I tell you folks in pregame? And that is his money right now. He is going to make his money with on time, in rhythm, short throws, mostly between the numbers. You will see a few outside, but he does not like to take chances and pull the trigger outside. He is very afraid of the pick six because that ball does not get there like it used to. Oh, huge hole in the running game.
Well, Kamara's going to hit his over.
Well, you knew that. You knew that before you started, but again, going back to what I said pre-show, both lines for the Saints are playing very well, and the offensive line is making big holes in the running game. Like that, look at that combo block with Ruiz in the middle. Like, you could drive a truck through there.
Neiman fucked up because when you got both defensive tackles, it's not really a slant, but more so they're overplaying front side on the block. Call it a fallback fit, where the linebacker's supposed to then fall back into the cutback lane. He didn't do that. He kept going front side, opened up a wide open lane.
What is that? 2.5 yards that they just reset the line of scrimmage?
Yeah.
I mean, straight ahead run, but they just pushed the Cardinals 2.5 yards right there. And you're going to see it all night. Like the Saints are going to start like that, and they're going to finish like that. The Cardinals are going to be tired of this by like middle second quarter. They do not have the horses. They do not have a Grady Jarrett that they can just plug down in the middle and say, all right, we're gonna stop some things. You're gonna have to go elsewhere. Yeah.
I'm trying to find the first down. What are the Cardinals like on first down? They are 33.5% cover 3, which sounds high, but it's actually in the bottom 10 in the league. What they do play a lot on first down is quarters, which is a little bit susceptible to getting run on if Budda Baker doesn't play like a superhuman and come down from depth and fill the run, which normally he's able to, but sometimes, there's only so much one man can do.
Yeah, I'm going to answer Jared's super chat while we're at it. Have y'all heard of New Holland Brewery? My answer is yes, I have. Local brewery. That's awesome for you, Jared. And they have some great beers and spirits. Yes, they do. Oh, there it is.
There's your big play. Shaheed.
To who?
Shaheed, the guy you brought up pregame. There you go.
All right, I'm going to sign off for the night. I'm going to go buy a lottery ticket because so far I'm like 3 for 3, and it's only going to go downhill from here. But Dalton showing me wrong in terms of depth on the arm. Look at this one. He gets it off early, and the arm's still there. He just corks that thing.
So the big post, we just talked about how quarters is one of the most common calls for the Cardinals, and the big post backside is one of the most common ways to punish quarters because it's essentially everybody's on your own deep down the field. Unless there is a bracket put in place by communicating before the snap. If you can get that one low safety to hang on like a deep cross or an over or a pin or something like that, then you've got a corner all by himself, outside leverage, down the field, trying to cover a post. And most of the time they're going to lose. So big post against quarters is a quarters killer. The Saints clearly had a great game plan going into that drive. They're still in their script, and they got 6 out of it. So we'll see what happens the rest of the night.
Yeah, they took their shot to Shaheed. Again, he is big and fast, and that's a great combination when you want to take shot plays. And he got inside leverage. He didn't run by him. Like, the guy was still there. He got a hold of him after the reception. It wasn't, that he was that clear, but he ran right through the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Ran right through the tackle, got his jersey pulled, but that's 6. And again, he popped on tape a couple of times. The touchdown, obviously, last week, but there was another play where I was like, woo, that guy can run. And, the Saints do this. They grab wide receivers out of lower divisions, smaller schools that are physically talented and say, go get them. And, they've even got guys behind him. They've got guys on the practice squad like Kirk Merritt, who is crazy fast. And they got guys upon guys. You might not know their names, but Saints are not short of wide receivers.
Cereal for $5, Australian. He says it's Australian dollary dues.
Dollary dues.
Why do you think the Saints defense has fallen off compared to last year? Bottom of the league in turnover differential. Not having CJ Gardner-Johnson, even though CJ is not the best or even a great man coverage defender, he's been doing phenomenal in Philly as a safety. That conversion has definitely worked out for them. And I think he showed that his ball skills are sorely missed in New Orleans. It's kind of funny. Turnovers come in bunches, but the Saints, back when Marshawn was healthy and Gardner-Johnson was there, and Paulson Adebo, and who's the safety they let walk in free agency? I'm blanking on the name.
Oh, Marcus Williams.
Marcus Williams. They had 4 guys with amazing ball skills. And so they were out there on islands making plays. Every tip drill was a threat to be 6. And the secondary's just taking a lot of hits. Marshawn obviously being out, CJ's gone, Marcus is gone. Like, it's a different secondary now, and it's not as good.
And we got to say that the homecoming has been really pitiful.
Yeah.
Tyrann has not played well.
He looks done.
He looks timid.
I shudder to say it because he's one of my favorite players.
So do I. But he is making business decisions every week, and it's not at all like him. Again, that is not the entirety of his career. His whole resume is the opposite of that. And this year, he looks like a shell of himself. He is not the same player. So while you might have thought, oh, they're, getting rid of Gardner-Johnson, but, Tyrann's coming in, he's going to play a similar, we would have thought, but that has not been the case.
So here we go. First drive. Nice little run for Eno.
Is that Eno? Nice.
They're already running the ball better than I thought they would.
I thought Kyler was looking for a high five there. He was actually calling a play. I thought, oh, man, your quarterback's getting hung up on a high five. It's the first quarter. That's no good. Oh, Kyler got to do something. All right. Saints get pressure with 4, though, and he still hits it.
Big ball to Rondale.
Now you gotta tackle. That's Kyler can extend plays, and my personal taste, he waited too long in that pocket, but again, he is one of one, I really think, in terms of being just able to get out of situations. His short area acceleration is unreal. I made the comparison last week that my best comp for Kyler Murray is an RC car. Because it's just instant acceleration, and you think, oh, we got him. I mean, the Saints got good pressure on that play. It wasn't fast pressure, but it was good pressure. They did collapse pocket. They got there, and then they didn't have him. He gets free, and 25-yard gain. Oh, nice bounce. Oh,
they calling a hold. Kind of seems
I don't like the flag. Yeah,
kind of seems like it. So the Saints are also a big quarters team on first down as well. They call it the 7th most in the league at about 21%. But you can get away with that when you have Marshawn Lattimore. I'm not 100% sure how they're going to do it. How they're going to do without Marshawn. They called cover 3 on that last play, so we'll see what they do. Coming up here.
Ineligible man downfield was a call. And chat pointed this out earlier, but look, Brett, it's Jerome Boger.
Why? Why is he getting prime
because time? We're here, and we said nasty things about him and his crew that were true, but that's why. Because the universe hates us. We know that.
Oh, man. All right, we just got hit by our first bot.
Oh!
Nice hit.
There's a bootleg shot of the week, Nom. Was that Tyrann?
21, I think it was, right?
Did you hear us? No, that's Bradley Roby, if it's 21.
Frank Incarnato, can you explain quarters? I can, but there's a lot that goes into it. So let me do some drawing. I'll let EJ do some play-by-play, and I'll do a little bit of drawing for you.
Yeah, we need the whiteboard for quarters. And it's a great question because you hear a lot about people say quarters and people say QQH, which is quarter, half, which is quarters plus single man. Ooh, come on, where's the flag? Get a flag. Really? Okay, I'm impressed. Refs are going to let him play a little bit. D-Hop just got mugged. He's pointing to the screen going, look at this. He's in my chest. He's pushing me 20 yards downfield, and he's not wrong. So this is a replacement corner. It's Alontae Taylor from Tennessee. Oh,
Who's a big, physical, nasty
they're both
guy.
mugging each other, though. D-Hop wants his cake and wants to eat it, too. He wants to be able to grab the defender and pull him away and then not get grabbed and pulled back. I think that's a decent no call by the crew because both of them were going at it, and you could call offsetting fouls, but why? And the kicking game is good. 61 yards. Whew. That is a smoking field goal to start off. I realize we're getting excited about field goals here, folks, but it is Thursday Night Football, and it does represent points.
Yeah, we got 10 points in the first 6 minutes.
We got drive with points and a drive with points. I'm getting excited here. I don't know. Let's go. Brett pulled out the whiteboard to take a shot. Yeah, he's gonna go for quarters. He's gonna give you a good learning on quarters. I thought illegal contact was a point of emphasis. Yeah, Matt, depends on the play. D-Hop had his own. You could have called OPI early in the route, DPI later in the route. At that point, I think the refs just said, it's offsetting. Screw it. We're not going to call either one of them. And, you can both maybe learn your lessons that, we're going to let it go a little bit. It's going to be physical downfield. But Alontae Taylor, the corner out of Tennessee, who was the player matched up against D-Hop, is a good match physically for Hopkins. He's over 6 feet. He's over 200 pounds. Plays extremely physically on the corner. So, again, maybe that'll actually help the Saints tackling on the corner. Probably will. Alontae Taylor blew some shit up at the University of Tennessee. So, I'd like to see that. But if they're going to let him get away with that much contact, he's going to be pretty effective because that was one of the knocks on him coming out as a volunteer was he was pretty handsy, didn't always move his feet, used his upper body more because he is big and strong and wide in the upper body. And he could control people that way. And if they're going to let him get away with it, he's going to have a good night. If they're going to be ticky-tacky, he's going to draw flags like a magnet.
All right, let's explain quarters.
Go for it.
I'm going to – so a lot of people think of it just like, you're all dropping into playing quarter zones. And you're technically correct, but that's not really how quarters is played. Quarters is generally a zone match coverage. So it's a zone coverage played with man quarters upside down. Fuck you, chat. No, I didn't.
I saw it, but I was going to let it go.
It is saw what? What did I draw upside down?
No, I saw the comment. And I was
right.
See that. It's coming. It's like a comment bomb or grenade.
Zone coverage played with man coverage principles. So this guy, backside, they call that Meg. It means man everywhere he goes. So if you're in a 3-by-1, you got the tight end, you got the slot, you got the Z, X is backside. Let's just pretend this is DeAndre Hopkins. Meg. So this normally would be Marshawn Lattimore's assignment, which is why they played so much quarters because there's always going to be a backside man corner. Then you got the back in the backfield. So it's not just, he's playing a quarter zone here. A lot of the times against a receiver like DeAndre Hopkins, they'll do what's called a cone call, which means he's playing outside leverage and then he is playing inside leverage, and you basically have a bracket on the backside. So now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 over 3. This linebacker will be matching this guy wherever he goes. So again, it's basically man coverage. And then you got this safety, this linebacker, this nickel, this corner against the tight end, the slot receiver, and the Z. How you play these 4 over 3 is what's called a trips check. And there's a fucking million of those. And you can do a whole bunch of different stuff. You could do stubby. You could do stump. There's sometimes where this safety will actually get involved with this. They call that a poach call. If you get like a big cross, then this guy has the best leverage to take on the big cross. So they call that poach. But typically how you're going to see it is he's going to be megged up on the outside. And so this, again, is basically just going to be man coverage. And then this nickel is going to be carrying 2 vertical with outside leverage and this safety is going to be reading 2 to 3. So if both of these guys go vertical, this linebacker will drop off and hand him to the safety. If this linebacker, or if this tight end is just like, running a stick route or whatever, the linebacker will match that, and this safety is reading 3 to 2. So if he's short, he comes off 3 and he brackets 2 deep with the nickel. So that's a like basic stubby rules, which is a very common trips check. So again, quarters is zone, but it's really like man principles and just how you do certain checks against certain alignments, whether it's 2x2, 3x1. That's where all the variety and the confusion, I think, comes in for people. But I would say the most common look you're going to see for quarters is this safety comes down to bracket him, and then you're doing 4/3, and then you get the running back isolated in man. I hope that helped. I hope that made sense. Let me know if it didn't.
If they're sticking with that, they drank a lot of coffee today, which is awesome. 2 things. There's a bot to kill. Second thing, which is more important to the game, there was an injury. It's Rashard Lawrence. He looked like he probably pulled something in his upper body, maybe shoulder, maybe arm injury. He was slinging around the back, fell off
Was
to
it
the side.
peck, maybe?
I couldn't really tell. He basically grabbed somebody's waist, sort of got slung around and flew off. Didn't hit anybody. Going down, but stayed down, and people were immediately down with their helmets off. So not a great sign. And again, there was good penetration while you were describing that. Cardinals said, we're going to stop the run. So Vance said, look, we're going to dial up A-gap blitz. They brought Tanner Vallejo from the linebacker spot. He got a tackle for loss. And then the next one, they're stacking up Rashard Lawrence, and I expect that we're going to see Lecky Fotu to sort of, again, go for 2 tree stumps in the middle. But if Lawrence goes down, they don't have a lot of big horses. They got Zach Allen, who is more of a 3, and Jonathan Ledbetter, basically a replacement level player. Lecky Fotu I really like as a 1 or a 0, but he's not as talented as Rashard Lawrence. And again, he's going to tire throughout the game. So if the Saints keep pounding with that big offensive line, by the end, we're going to see some pop runs by Kamara and other folks, even sweeps from their wide receivers, because they'll do that. They're going to wear down. They just don't have a ton of big guy depth in the middle. That's not how they're built. They have one guy who's awesome, Rashard Lawrence, and he's currently on the turf looking to be evaluated for an injury. So still,
he's on the card.
Oh, they're going to cart him.
That's not good.
He's holding his left. Looks like left pec.
You don't
left
normally
chest,
see a cart for something like that. That's
Oh,
interesting.
we got 2 going off. Oh, we got a Saint number 21, which is Bradley Roby, who made a big play earlier in the game.
Man,
yeah, that's an expensive
they're showing the replay
play.
of what happened to Roby.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Oh, he just non-contact.
Well, I think he tripped.
Achilles.
Oh, fuck. He grabbed the Achilles immediately.
It was either Achilles or a cramp, but he got carted, so not good.
Monophthalmos, I hope I pronounced that correctly. For €2, are the Cardinals melting down with Cliff and Kyler? I don't know if I'd qualify it as a meltdown. Like the Broncos is a meltdown. The Cardinals are just
we talked about it
not playing to their
week.
Talent.
Yeah, they need some help. They traded for Robbie Anderson, which was a consternating move. I'm not exactly sure what they thought that was going to do. Getting Hopkins back is a big deal for sure. It's a difficult situation. They just have to play better. They don't have other options. And that's a lot of teams in the NFL, and it sounds easy, but of course it's not. If it was, everybody'd do it. Cardinals get a little pressure there. They flush Dalton on the move, finds Olave for a long first down.
Noah Cohn, what about Palms in a 3x1 set? It's funny because like a lot of people know Stubby as literally just like Palms but inside, because if this number 3 is out quick, guess what? The nickel's taking him. So it's basically like you're just playing Palms against 2 and 3. But it's not Palms against 2 and 1.
Look at Olave. I love that replay. Chris Olave, one of the reasons he was one of my favorite wide receivers in this draft, he's so damn smart. Like, he is a well-polished wide receiver.
He's your favorite human ever.
He is a very, very good wide receiver and fun to watch. Physically gifted, very fast, great physical attributes. Not the greatest climb the ladder guy, but great change of direction. And on that play, he sees Dalton get flushed. He's actually running an in. He goes about 15 yards. He cuts. He's running in. Guys with him. He sees Dalton get flushed. He stops and goes back out to open himself up so Dalton can make that throw. That's just savvy. He's looking back at the quarterback. Many young receivers, especially, are concentrating on the route, concentrating on technique. They look back, the quarterback's in the grass, and they're like, oh. Olave's heads up. He's going across the field. He's like, oh, stop, reverse.
QB power.
With Taysom.
With Taysom.
Yeah, with Taysom. So tight end power? No. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, just think of Stubby as Palms, but against 2 and 3 with just a megged up corner outside. It's like the same rules, but just moved.
Every time you say Meg, all I can think of is that crappy shark movie.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Nice tackle. Nice tackle against Taysom.
Oh, look at him though. They're just gonna feed him to it. Yep. That's it. First down. Ethan said earlier, don't say keep pounding in the Saints in the same sentence. Hey, Panthers don't own the language, man. No, I realize that's their gig, but stop having accidents in the locker room.
Brett, what kind of literature can I understand to read offensive and defensive schemes? I actually, hold on, I gotta move.
Oh, he's got his famous 3 books. That's Diplomatico.
Move my rum.
I have to move my rum to get to my books. That is such a bootleg statement.
So I always keep this next to the desk. This is, hopefully this doesn't show up backwards, the Pass Coverage Glossary by my friend Cameron Soren. It's a very good resource if you want to learn about a whole bunch of different, quarters checks, cover 2, everything really. This is a very good resource. It's obviously not everything you could ever learn is in here. Going through playbooks is key for that. But in terms of like getting started, Pass Coverage Glossary, Cameron Soren, great book.
That's amazing. They brought up a Taysom Hill graphic, and one of the players they compared him to with the stats they brought up is Charlie Trippy.
Yikes.
Yeah, 1955.
I mean, he's with the kind of
Cordell's the only one. Cordell's the only guy in the modern NFL that has the same stats that Taysom has in terms of pass attempts, rush attempts, and receptions.
That's funny. Yeah.
Charlie Trippy, though, that is when I was growing up, Charlie Trippy was an announcer already and not a young one. So he played a while back. Ooh, 20. Cardinals 20.
Is that Jalen?
I don't know. Gonna find out. Marco Wilson, starting left corner. That's not good.
They're already thin at corner as it is.
Yeah, and Wilson was really a revelation for them last year. Came out of Florida, almost 6 feet tall.
Super athletic. Crazy athletic.
Yeah, he's a little on the skinny side, but he was really fast in a straight line. Like,
whoa, look at that. A triple stack.
Yep, they're going. That's almost
give me those Camaro receiving yards. Yeah,
guess
baby.
Guess who it is? There you go. You're happy about that. Conquista Dorito, it warms my heart to know Throckmorton is starting. Yeah, mine too. I was going to bring that up. I was hot on Calvin Throckmorton. He was at the Senior Bowl where we met, I believe, and I said, this guy's a great swing tackle. Like, I'm not sure I want him starting, but he is a great swing tackle to start out, and he's worked his way in, again, through injuries as a starter for the Saints, and I saw that talent. He's a U of O guy. Oregon. A lot of you are like, oh, is that Oklahoma? Is that Ohio? Like, no, Oregon. But I thought Throckmorton he reminded me a lot of a Michigan lineman. And there's a type with Michigan linemen, especially Michigan tackles. And Throckmorton had a lot of those qualities. I thought very much you could have sprayed maize and blue on that guy and he would have fit right in. And, he's got some limitations athletically, but he's a good player. And here he is as a starting tackle for the Saints. So it's always fun to sort of keep up with players that you thought fairly highly of that were down the board, 3 or 4 years ago, and then they find their spot or they get traded, work their way into a rotation, and yeah, it does warms my heart too.
William Barach, what's
Oh,
up,
oh,
Will?
oh, oh, he got it loose.
With Nick Saban's dominance, has his verbiage become the default in the football landscape? I don't know if I'd say default, definitely the most common, but there's also a lot of people that speak Dave Arandanese. Gary Patterson language is very, very common. You got people who, Brent Venables less so, but I would say a lot of people study Brent Venables and use his language for certain things that he runs. Like the Wade Phillips numbers defense, a lot of people use that kind of language. Guys who like the 30 stack talk about that kind of stuff too. Like, I would say Saban's the most common, but not necessarily the default.
They just ran a cover 2 variant. Guess who the linebackers were?
I wasn't looking who.
Collins and Simmons.
Together?
The prodigal sons.
Is that allowed?
Apparently it is. Look at this. They both basically split wide. Like Collins floats middle. Simmons goes a little bit wide, but that's basically a cover 2 variant.
Good ball, too.
Again, that's a ball that he can hit. You're not asking him to do too much after he embarrassed me by going deep to Rashid Shaheed with precision accuracy on the first drive. But I wish he would have cut a couple of those loose in Chicago. He just never did. He was capped and checked down when he was in Chicago. He just looked toasted. Look at the holes the Saints are making.
God, this front's just getting pushed around.
Yeah.
No subtlety at all to this. It's just we're running over your ass.
And if I was the Saints OC, I'd be doing the same thing, because this is what I saw on tape, which is, hey, the Seahawks got after him when they were rushing the ball with Kenneth Walker. Like, Kenneth Walker had such a good day because the line did a great job. Kenneth Walker's a good back, but they did a great job. One thing that showed a little more promise for the Cardinals last week than it has in the past is the pass rush. And we were really excited about the pass rush because they got 2 of our favorite players in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They went out and got Cam Thomas, and then they got Myjai Sanders. And Sanders has been out. He really saw his first real extended action last week. He ended up with basically 2 sacks, but bunch of pressures, a couple of hits. And Cam Thomas got one as well. And it's like, okay, that's what you need in addition to J.J. Watt, who's got to be on a bit of a pitch count. He's playing a lot tonight because, again, just his size and strength, you can basically use him as a floating defensive tackle or defensive end, heavy defensive end if you want to.
Ooh, they're just pounding the run.
Yeah, but that's
There's Buddha.
Great shot by Baker. It's like, hey, Baker, you want to do what you did at Washington? We're going to let you shoot some gaps and go get some guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, coach. I'm down.
Jeffrey, what's the backside safety responsibility on 3x1? Oof. If the backside receiver breaks out, does he just become a middle field defender? Different coaches prefer different things, but I would say the most common way people handle it is he just starts looking for work. So, if this is a hitch or like a quick out or something like that, especially if it's a hitch, he starts looking for work here, and he'll kind of work his way back to the running back. That's generally how they teach it. Pick?
Yeah, this is a terrible decision by Dalton. He got a great pocket, and he went late over the middle, and it was into double/2.5. I'm going to call it triple coverage. Look at the convergence. It comes right under the pole. Like, he has the best look at this thing, and he throws it right to 2 converging defenders. Like, he knows better. He knows better. That's all there is to that.
Find a video on Twitter.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate. The Saints give him really good protection. They give him a decent route, but he knows that if the first guy's not there, the second guy is going to be a guy with no vowels. That was awful. Yeah, that was a really poor decision by Dalton, which is why you don't see him as a primary starter anymore, because he'll make a couple of those a game. And there are a lot of starters that make that mistake. There are high-level starters that make that mistake. We see them every week. We usually point them out. But they also make wow plays on the run with their arm, with their legs. That throw from Dalton to Rashid in the first quarter was the best throw I've seen him hit deep in I don't know how long. Like, that was a really beautiful deep throw.
Fun fact, that was his second career catch for a first career touchdown.
Rashid?
Yeah. So he got
Was the first one a sweep last week?
the first one was a 44-yard catch, and that was his second career catch for. At least I think it
Because
was
he
the
scored.
second career catch.
He scored last week, so I was wondering whether that was a sweep. I thought it was a catch, but anyways, I'd have to go back because all I wrote down is, "Holy shit, this guy's big and fast."
Yeah.
And he can cut. Like he weaved through a bunch of guys too.
That was from Pelissero, so I assume it's correct, but
it could be. Anyways, that's why Dalton is not going to get the reins of a team full time, is because he continues. What is it, year 13, roughly? Seems about right. Like he should not be making that mistake, especially not in the end zone. Like they're multiplied in the red zone, right? You're right there. I know everything's compressed, but you've been playing a long time. You've got to feel that, if nothing else. Even if you didn't study, even if you don't know tendencies, you got to feel that guy's not as open as I think he is, because just with peripheral vision, I've accounted for all the defenders, and if it's not my guy, there's going to be another guy there.
I just looked at it. It's cover 3, and the receiver just got straight up undercut. But even if the receiver didn't do that, the post safety was going to absolutely detonate him.
Yeah, no, there's two guys like right there, and Dalton doesn't seem to realize either one of them. Here we go. Here's a perfect backside
so
sky.
You can see 34 is coming down, but watch, the post safety was going to fucking annihilate this guy, even if it wasn't picked up.
Oh yeah, that's a hospital ball at best. It's a pick at worst, and it came out worst. Just again, you look at that throw, if you're looking at it from a process standpoint, and the only thing there is you just wanted to throw it.
Yeah.
Like there's no like, I saw this, I saw leverage, I thought I could. No, you just wanted to throw that ball. And maybe it's the old, I thought I could fit it in, which is a terrible
That's what
excuse.
I think it was. I think it was, I see a corner with outside leverage, you think an in-breaker you got, and you don't sometimes.
No, that's just it's what chat said. It was awful. It's not a great decision. Hey, look at this. The Cardinals come back with the same lineup. Oh, Eno.
Nice run.
There goes Eno. Oh, this is why we loved Eno Benjamin.
Give it a little tearing in the end.
Yeah, but this is why we were huge Eno fans when he was coming out. Both of us were very high on Eno Benjamin and thought he was wildly underrated. And if he ever got the chance to start, that he would show some things. Well,
ooh, same side power. That's fun.
Yeah, great cut though. Look at the feet.
Oh, that's super fun, running same side power out of the gun. So, hold on.
All right, more drawing. Look out. The whiteboard's warmed up. He's going to go for it now. So far, this drive is just powered by the run. Kyler first. Oop, now he's going to get smushed because I started talking about it. But Kyler first, Eno second. He was not happy with his outside blocker there. He really thought that he was expecting different leverage off that outside block, and he's letting him know, like, don't let that guy be there. I'm expecting that you're walling that guy off so I can cut to the inside of him. Yeah, a little bit. Guy with no vowels. Saints defense looks like they were practicing and expecting both teams to run with Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram, I have to say, looked a little revitalized last week. He really had a decent game. I've not seen him run with that much pop in a bit. Ooh, okay. Pete Werner moment. Pete Werner doing Pete Werner things. Pete Werner, the linebacker for the Saints out of Ohio State, is really good at doing things like this. And this is a really good ball by Kyler on a screen. Throws it right where the receiver should need it to get extra yards. And Werner is there a half tick later, straight up face mask to chest tackle, wrapping up, dropping him, no extra yards. That's textbook stuff by Werner. Went to high school with Eno. I bet that was fun. He probably just absolutely blasted folks in high school. Most guys that make it to the league are complete and uncontrollable beasts in high school. They dominate everybody. I've had the pleasure of seeing a few NFL players play in high school, and yeah, they look different.
One, two, three, four.
I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more whiteboard. Well, I think the whiteboard's a hit, so we're going to live on the whiteboard for tonight, which I really don't have any problem with because it's fun and folks
See,
learn stuff.
this is how people put 12 men on the field. They draw up defenses wrong.
Upside down?
Yeah, there we go. There we go. I was like, wait, I have the wrong numbers here. Okay. Same side power. Let's talk about that run.
Out of the gun.
Out of the gun. So normally, if you're thinking we're running power, it's going to be away from the back, because from shotgun, that is typically going to be the path of the back. What they did, especially because the bunch was over here, so you got 3 here, post safety, linebackers are over here, so that you can get one matching here and one walling inside. What they did is they ran same side power. Oh no, the camera overheated right at, okay. Once the camera comes back, I'll explain it. God damn. All time.
Yeah,
fail.
I know. We have one technical limitation left, and it's that when it's 90 plus degrees in Southern California, Brett's camera goes,
Bro, it was 96 today. It's
I
fucking
heard it was
October.
I heard it was 94 yesterday, but I will trade you 96 for my air quality was 187 today.
Ugh.
Yeah, it was worse. It was 250 at places in Seattle.
Gross.
Yeah, it was the worst air quality literally on the planet.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, it was really bad. It looked like full-scale fog, and it was not fog. It was smoke from wildfires. Whee! So, yeah, we've got how you doing on the slip there, Coleman?
Let's see. Kyler's at 35, so we're lagging behind there, mainly because they're running the ball so well. Eno's got nothing receiving, even though he has a whole bunch rushing, so I might have selected the wrong one there. Hopkins, hasn't heated up yet. Kamara, I took receiving instead of rushing, even though Kamara's running. That's the thing, is like this has been a rushing game. Nobody's throwing, and I took all receiving props. So it's that kind of night for me.
Do you often enjoy breathing the trees? I often enjoy breathing because of the trees, because they're making oxygen. But when they're burning, I do not like breathing them. It is not fun. Kyler just doing Kyler things again. That is the frustrating thing as a defense, and this is nothing new. Every defense that plays Kyler knows that there's going to be 5 of these a game, minimum, where you got him. Oh, you don't got him. He gets outside, and it's 20. This is a long first down. They run an inside stunt, and that leaves the whole outside open. Werner gets tied up with the back coming out of the backfield, and Kyler is too quick for that. Right up the seam, right up the numbers, and, easy first down. So it's just one of those things that you have to account for with Kyler. You either can't run stunts, or, you just got to run contain, which means there's not very much pressure. Oh, Pete Werner. All right. Pete Werner coming through. They called run. The Saints called run. They had that dialed up. Werner blitzes. He basically comes right down the outside.
I love Pete Werner so much.
I know. This is look, he's got B gap, which kind of becomes C gap, and he goes straight. He had, Ertz tried to chip him, and that was a weak sauce chip. Ertz is good at a lot of things, but that was a weak sauce chip, and Werner basically just took the slingshot and said, okay, that's going to make me hit Eno faster. Yeah. Sometimes that's just the thing. The defense has your number. They had the defense lined up. They called it. They're running right through the gap you're trying to run through, and it's just player versus player. Werner won that one easily.
JJ for $2. It's a gorgeous 68 here in beautiful Billings, Montana. Billings, is that Montana or Montana State? One of those schools is in Billings. I know that because one of the things, and EJ, now that you're full time on the podcast, because Prize Picks is footing the bill for everything.
I know.
We got to go to the Brawl of the Wild.
I know.
Best rivalry name in all of college football. I swear to God, it's gorgeous out there. I want to go to the Brawl so bad.
Yeah, no, it's great until you have to sit there for 5.5 hours.
Oh,
That's
I don't,
not
and it's
great.
always like late November, so it's nice and
Yeah, so it's like
cold.
5. Yeah, it's 5 and snowing or has snowed.
I want to go so bad.
Yeah, we'll go. It's beautiful. It's crisp. You will understand why the locals like Fireball.
Oh man! All right, in
No,
the red
Billings is
zone.
gorgeous. Yeah, Billings is a gorgeous place. Kyle, oh, that's just a drop.
Bad.
That's Eno.
Well, he kind of
That's
left it
Eno.
behind him.
Yeah, but I'm talking about your slip at this point. I'm not even talking about the physics of the game. That
Oh,
was passing
neither.
yards for Eno.
Montana State is Bozeman. Minnesota's Missoula. Why do I know what Billings is? What's in Billings?
Billings is great. They got it's a great outdoor town for one in Western Montana. They've got some great skiing around Billings.
But I've heard of it before. I don't know why.
And in college football.
Maybe that's where you fly into? I don't know. Now I can't remember. Anyway.
Yeah, Billings is a gorgeous place. I like Billings. I like Missoula too.
Oh, fade?
Oh, nope.
Oh!
Nope.
First of all, if you're going to throw a fade, Rondale's not the one I'm throwing it to.
Given that, like, it's a hell of a good ball.
Yeah, but throw it to Hopkins. That's what he's there for.
They've forgotten he's back. But come on, that's a good ball. He should have caught that. Like, great release. Taylor gets his head around, but that's a touchdown. Like, Rondale's got to catch that. That's a touchdown.
If the Saints win the Bird Gauntlet, is that a bigger win than winning the Super Bowl? No one has ever done it, and we're trying to cope down here. That's right. It would be an NFL first in the history of the league.
Beat all the Bird teams?
All in one season. Never been done.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's your interesting statistic for the day.
Which you would think that two of the franchises that play the Bird teams every year, which is Cardinals and Seahawks, you think they would have done it at some point, but no, never.
Biggest city in Montana is kind of like the tallest midget.
There we go.
Oh, come on. He's got to catch that ball. And I mean little person. I use the word midget. That's my bad. Midget is not acceptable.
Let's see. Philly has too much on the line with the draft pick. Wait, for what? What are we talking about?
Well, they're probably talking about with what you were talking about on the podcast with Howie.
Oh, how they have the 6th overall pick.
Yeah.
Let's see. Was that the nerd kicker? Blankenship.
I was gonna say Blankenship got fired from the Colts.
Which he was hurt. It was an unfortunate situation for him because he was hurt. But yeah, that's the business. That's the business.
It's tough.
Can't get hurt in the NFL. Paxman for $2. Personally, I like 100 Miles of Hate more as a name. I thought they weren't allowed to use that anymore.
Oh, they probably aren't. I don't know. There's so many great college rivalry games. I mean, the Apple Cup is great. Civil War in Oregon is great. What are the ones for? They've got. I mean, what's USC versus UCLA?
USC versus UCLA.
That's
what they call it.
That's terrible.
It is.
Do they have one for Cal? Come on, isn't there a Cal one?
Cal Stanford. They call.
Yeah, Cal Stanford. Okay.
Fuck. What do they call Cal Stanford? I know there's a name for it.
They can't call it the Wine Bowl.
Fuck. There's a name for it. I just can't remember what it was.
That's all right. Chad will tell us. They don't use Civil War anymore. I'm not surprised, and nor should they. Nothing civil about that. Will they call it the Battle of Oregon? They probably can't say battle either. What are the Ducks Beavers? Come on, gotta have something for that.
Ducking Beavers.
Yeah.
Find a cure for $5. When asked what he thinks about Belichick, Bears D lineman Justin Jones said he will be checking for deflated balls. Don't egg him on.
It doesn't matter. You saw what Belichick did, right? 11 minutes and 7,000 words about how awesome the Bears were. which just means he's going
to
to
lose by
freaking
40.
eviscerate them.
Yeah.
Like he is absolutely going to just murder them on the field. Yeah.
The big game. That's what it's called. Cal Stanford. The big game. Forgot about that.
Okay. As nicknames go, I gotta say that's pretty soft.
People didn't really have that much creativity in 1910. Ohio State, Michigan's called the game. At least we threw the word big in.
I mean, you got the jug and the old oaken bucket and all
Battle
that
of the
stuff.
Axe, as Chad mentioned, is a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Who
are your favorite players that are 5'8" and under? Barry Sanders?
How tall was Barry?
Barry was really short. My favorite story about Barry Sanders' height, which I will tell after this Saints play, has to do with
Taysom's in at tight end.
Yeah, has to do with Ron Wolf. Okay, so they're gonna keep trying to run it up the middle because they're gonna pay dividends down the line on that. That's
nobody's throwing tonight at all.
Yeah, your slip is
not looking good.
Great. So what we're gonna do, because Prize Picks allows us to, is the in-game slip at halftime to right our wrongs from the first half. That's what we're gonna do.
Unders for everything.
Yeah, unders or just rushing. Well, the funny thing is, after halftime, I imagine somebody's going to be behind and have to throw. I could be wrong, but I will tell the Barry Sanders story. Brett for $10. Hey, Brett and EJ, love the channel. Just wanted to let you know, guys, sent you messages on LinkedIn. Sweet, I will check it out. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's right. I do have a LinkedIn.
You do, and it actually let me connect to you finally, which is funny. It's like, do you actually know Brett? Can you connect to him? And I was like, I don't know.
think I've logged into LinkedIn, and
I was like, what does 2.5 years get me?
God.
Do I have any credits?
Just for you,
Brett,
right. Though, for a fellow Brett, I will log into LinkedIn just for you.
Well, there you go. My favorite story about Barry Sanders' height is Mike Holmgren tells this story every year on Seattle Draft Radio. Oh, look at that. Drew Brees in the house. And Mike Holmgren was really hot for this running back who was short. And, big play for the Saints. Down the sideline. Look out.
Oh, did he stay in?
He
might think he might have.
Whistle. The ref's looking back going, do I call him here or are you calling him back there?
He might have stayed in.
Looks like he made it. All right, we're gonna
Kevin
watch the
White,
replay.
Man. Kevin White sighting after all these years.
Oh, don't start.
I
suggested that the Bears pick up Kevin White when they put him on the practice squad earlier in the year, and everybody was like, "You possibly can't." That is green. I see green.
He's in. Give it to him.
Look out. He deserves it. He's worked so hard.
Give him a win.
Yeah, keep it going.
Yeah, just give it to him. Fuck it. Rule of cool.
Well, the rule of Thursday night, which is if there's a fun play and it goes for a big gain, you just leave it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise nobody will watch Thursday night. Don't do it. So anyways, Mike Holmgren wanted this guy, and Ron Wolf said, well, great. How tall is he? And the guy, he was like, I don't know. He's like 5'8.5" or something. And he goes, you know how many running backs are under 5'9" that have ever been worth a shit, basically? I mean, this is paraphrasing Ron Wolf. And Holmgren's like, no. And it was back in the days of printer and green bar paper, if you remember that. So Ron Wolf goes in the other office, pulls a piece of green bar off, comes out and goes, this is how many. And he hands it to Holmgren. And there's one name on it. And it's Barry Sanders. And Ron Wolf looked him right in the eye and said, is this guy Barry Sanders? And Holmgren was like, he's like, if it's not, we're not drafting him. That's the only guy at that height that's ever been successful, like really successful. So if he ain't Barry Sanders, we ain't drafting him. And Holmgren back down. He was like, okay, I won't draft him.
And then Darren Sproles came along, and everybody's like, see?
Yeah. But Darren Sproles, awesome player, but productive in a whole different way. Productive across 2 phases. Well, I'll say 3: rushing, receiving, and special teams. That's a lot of credit to Darren Sproles. Darren Sproles ain't Barry Sanders, just to be clear.
Well, there's like 3 guys ever that are that are equivalent
There's
to Barry Sanders.
there's nobody that's like Barry. Like
I mean,
I think they're running
Walter,
back.
in terms of in the class of Barry Sanders, Walter, LT.
Yeah, I
Okay,
wouldn't put
two.
L. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Walter and
I
LT.
wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know that I'd put LT in that category, and I really like LT. And I don't. I one thing, pet peeve, hate the name LT. Sorry, it's been used in the NFL. You don't get to be LT. Like there's an LT, and that's Lawrence Taylor. Sorry. Like when I started hearing people call the Danian Tomlinson LT, I was like, get another nickname, like Thunder Frog. I don't care. Like,
Thunder Frog.
pick a name. Like it's cool, but you can't be LT, man. That's used, and because like they're talk about one of the greatest NFL players ever, like at any position.
See,
like in
Gen X, Gen X,
yeah,
Millennial.
I'm with you.
We each have our own LT.
I don't think it works that way. It's not enough years. If you're talking about somebody from the 40s and they use the nickname LT, hey, it's time again. Bring it back. It's cool.
I'm just saying.
Look at this. That's green grass. I see green grass.
Just give it to him.
Yeah, I'm with rule of fun, rule of big play on a Thursday night. Like Kevin White deserves a win. All those things. Mix and stir. Give him the yards.
Gage Camplin for $7 Canadian. If the Eagles win the Super Bowl and are able to draft Will Anderson as Howie in the GOAT combo for general managers. I don't know if I'd say the GOAT, but definitely executive of the year. I'll give him that.
Yeah, no, he's getting in there. GOAT gets thrown around too often, but best of current, like he's got to be in that conversation. That's J.J. Watt.
What?
Yeah, that is vintage J.J. Watt, just blowing crap up. That's impressive.
By the way,
and they're playing him at DT because they're out of DTs at the moment.
Well, and he can still do it.
And look at this. Boom.
Chat, by the way, small announcement because I don't think I ever mentioned this to anybody. I make content for the NFL now, like the actual NFL, on the NFL social channels, and our first collaboration video is on Prime JJ Watt in 2014, and it's coming out fairly soon. So keep an eye out on Twitter because I'm going to be letting you know when that drops, and I'm super excited about it because it's the fucking NFL, and I'm making content for the NFL. It's fucking cool. So should be out soon.
This is a big clap. This is not a small clap. This is not a golf clap right now. You should be popping something celebratory at home. This is a big deal. So,
and it's something that I never thought would happen 10 years ago when I worked for the league, and I left and did YouTube to do this type of content for the league, and now I'm doing this type of content for the league. So it's been a long road, but we're there. Matthew Wright for $5. Who are your favorite players that are? Oh, there we go. We already did that one. Favorite players that are under 5'8". I would say Sproles is that. MJD I think he was 5'7". So I think
MJD was pretty short. Great player too.
Brett, the Sam Roberts stand's gonna hunt you down. Yeah, I know. I got to find my notes. It's on my laptop downstairs. So I'll find my notes and I'll post those in the Discord. Or on actually no, Twitter's probably better because somebody will share it. So, did you watch Sam Roberts?
Sorry, what?
Did you watch Sam Roberts?
I was watching Taysom Hill score. So Sam Roberts,
the Patriot, Patriots DT.
I don't. I'll have to go back and look. I don't think so. Maybe. Now you got me curious. Now I got to go look.
He was Northwest Missouri State.
2022 players by position.
I think we talked about him on the pod pre-draft, right?
Hang on.
He was their sixth round pick.
DT?
Yeah. I'm like 90% positive we talked about him on the podcast, but I can't remember.
No, we talked about the other guy from Northwest Missouri State.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Regardless, I'll find my notes on him because I did both of them. All right. Saints here in quarters on 1st and 10. Oh, dropping down into cover 3. Not quarters. Get a nice little run stop on first down.
Where is he? I gotta go. All right, now I have to open something different because
August Papas for $5. Would you guys consider doing a segment on the pod for Survivor Leagues, picking a team with the highest chance of winning each week? Oh, you're just asking for a curse now, huh?
yeah, we might do it on like another platform, but I don't know that we'll do it on the pod.
The pod is
Uh,
already quite lengthy, and
it's
our editors have
over full.
repeatedly let us know that it's quite lengthy for when they cut it down.
No, not Roberts. We did Eric Johnson. That's the guy I'm talking
Yeah, but I
about.
also took notes on Sam Roberts at the same time.
I did not. I did a bunch of Eric Johnson, and Eric Johnson was one of my sleepers, and Balls of Clay and all that other stuff. But no, I did not do anything lengthy on Sam Roberts.
He was one of those guys that I took notes on, expecting him to be a UDFA, because I only noticed him while I was watching the other one.
Yeah,
But then he
Johnson.
got taken.
There you go. You're ahead of me.
It's one of those, like, he wasn't even on any lists. I just happened to.
Yeah, no, I did not.
And I'm sure the same thing happened with the Patriots as they were watching the other dude, and then we're like, you know,
Oh,
what? I
no.
like this guy.
The Danger Witch got pulled from the menu.
It's too spicy.
No. Too many jokes. Like people were saying, hey, I just ordered one, and the store said I'm the only person to ever order one. And so they pulled it.
That's funny.
Instead of being further ridiculed. Hey, man, can I have the Danger Witch? It's going to be like one of those movies that bombs at the box office, but it's a cult favorite 10 years later, and they're doing like midnight showings with costumes.
Oh, God.
People are going to get together and make Danger Witches in their kitchen. Great ball from Kyler. Told you can hit that hole.
Ew.
I knew that was coming. As soon as I said it, I was like, that's not going to fly. Chat's not going to let that one go by. But it wasn't even Chat. It was you. Oh, Keontae Ingram sighting. Yes, that's not just me, Milo. That is both of us. Brett's also a big Keontae Ingram fan. He saw him at Shrine and turned his opinion.
Immediately fell in love.
To the light side as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 254 million was a bit steep for a sandwich. Well, we always say that he got traded for half a ham sandwich. Apparently, got traded for a used Danger Witch.
Here we go. Ooh, nice little.
See if they
sort of like a full house formation.
Yeah, but they basically said if that's a handoff, bring everybody because we don't want him to run. If you see him go PA, drop 2. Cam Jordan, there's a guy. We need to have a moment for Cam Jordan. This is our Cam Jordan appreciation moment that I'm instituting right now on the Thursday night stream because he is so damn good and he has been so damn good for so long. Big shout out to Odney. I don't know if Odney's watching tonight. My buddy Odney down in Texas that we got to have beers with.
Massive Saints fan.
A huge Saints fan. Also happens to be Fournette's cousin, Leonard Fournette's uncle. But yeah. So, anyways, shout out to Odney and Cam Jordan's dominance for a sustained period of excellence. Also, one of the most erudite defensive linemen I've ever heard, and there's a lot of them. And I would not be at all surprised to have him end up in broadcasting, and he would be excellent.
Either coaching or broadcasting.
Yeah, he would be so good.
Even when he's done with the game won't be done with him.
Yeah, no. Great player.
Were they bringing it on 3rd and 10? Nah, they only brought 5.
Oh, you got a hand
but 5 was enough. There we go. Onyemata. Got him. Yeah. Oh, flag, though.
David.
That was nice. If they're gonna call 5 down, you're getting 1-on-1 all across.
Isaiah Wynn's wiki right now traded to the Eagles for what?
Isaiah Wynn got traded?
No.
Who's willingly trading for Isaiah Wynn? He's not been good.
I don't know what that's all about. I can't follow that particular thread.
Oh, yeah, did I hold on Hopkins? That's what it was. Okay.
Did I hear that the Panthers want at least 2 first-round picks for Christian McCaffrey? And I want 2 Ferraris for Christmas. However, neither of us is going to get that.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
And sucks. Just in case anybody's shopping, a 288 GTO is first.
Sucks the Saints couldn't get off the field there because of a holding call, but
yeah, and Hop, it's good to see Hop back. game's better with him in it. And we were both sad when we heard that he was going to miss, a bunch of games to start the year. Just a great player, regardless of what team he's on. Makes the game more exciting, and not surprising that he's out there, winning those receptions just like always.
Octave Chemical Drive for $10. What's up, fellas? Another week, another dub for the Giants. My brother cringing at his Cardinals not utilizing talent to full potential due to Cliff. Honestly, what else is new? Cardinals not living up to their talent. I feel like that's the same story every year.
Yeah, offense and defense.
Because you look at the roster and
and
starting 22 is fine, but
yeah, you bet receiving, right?
I don't think he's got a single catch yet.
No, he doesn't need to. He's picking up yards on the ground. Another first down. Like I can only be. Oh, Garcia went out with a shoulder.
Yeah, he was on the ground a little while ago.
Yeah, that's not great. No, I can only be so mad about the slip not being correct for the first half, because this is the Eno Benjamin we thought we were going to get when he came out in the draft, and I'm just happy to see him get his chance because he is a talented dude. Ooh, that should have been a let it go moment right there.
Tayo Passignon sighting. Yep. Wow.
Yep. He has got reach.
I couldn't tell if it was just a misread. Yeah. Kyler had to let the sweep go.
Yeah. That is just a big guy with really long arms.
But you saw him coming straight, and this is a guy who has really stiff hips. If he's coming straight and he's not squared up, let it go. He can't change direction fast enough to make the tackle anyway. That was a bad read by Kyler.
I would agree that Kyler should have let that ball go.
All right, motion into a bunch. Definitely quarters here.
And D-Hop doing his thing.
So they were playing, again, just like we were talking about, inside-out leverage in quarters on Hopkins, and he hitched it up, so nothing you could do about that as a DB.
These Cardinals helmets are terrible. You mean the Louisville helmets? Right now they
straight up Louisville. Yeah.
They are dead ringers for Louisville. And I know Louisville has like 20 uniforms because every top college program has like 20 uniforms. Most of Louisville's are pretty dope. This is Louisville. Like, this is a Louisville helmet. They just borrowed them. And, regardless, I'm just going to come down on, this is like the fun rule that we were talking about. Like, I'm all for extra uniform combinations. Why not? You look at other sports, right? Just about every other sport, they have, the City Connect baseball jerseys, and they got several alternate NBA jerseys. Like, let the NFL have like 5 different uniforms. Who cares? It's cool. They'll weed out the bad ones. The good ones will sell, and, we'll have a little bit more variety. This, like, they must be traditional. They must stay. You can only have this. Don't wear the wrong socks I don't know. I think it's less fun, but, NFL.
4th and 1 here.
Yeah.
I'm going to think QB counter.
It's funny. Their chances, according to the Next Gen Stats, powered by good old Amazon Web Services, run percentage, chance of converting 26, pass chance of converting 36, so you go about 10 percentage points, but still not great. You're talking about a 1 in 3 basically.
Yeah.
At pass. And I would say the running stats are a little bit higher with Kyler.
Well, Hopkins is not on the field, so do you burn a timeout to get him there on 4th and 1? Because you could also throw a screen to Hopkins, and he would probably convert it. But if he's not on the field, I gotta think it's a run.
Well, I don't want to.
Oh, 4th and 1 run conversion 69%.
Yeah.
So maybe they put up the wrong numbers, but
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go QB counter here. That's my call. Ooh, they're in the pistol.
Look where they put Werner.
Yeah.
They ran that away from Werner, and he got it.
Okay, nice little naked.
The Saints
naked boot out to the edge.
The Saints put Werner as the farthest left edge defender on purpose. That whole third of the field was Pete Werner's right there, which we said they were going to have to use Pete Werner to spy Kyler effectively. Like, that was that. He had that whole open field side. And Kyler gets it easily.
Yeah.
Looked like he got it in real time. I'm not sure why they're showing the replay.
Okay,
How
so
many
first and
people we
goal
got in
here.
here?
539. Pretty good numbers this week.
That's pretty good numbers for a game that's not super high on heavy fan base favorites.
God. They let the
First
play
and goal,
clock run out.
232.
All right, so for
Kyler.
what?
Little chippy.
Oh, Kyler telling Cliff to calm the fuck down.
This is Kyler and Cliff. They're these two.
Oh shit, they're
hot.
They're
He's
yelling.
like, I should be playing the Call of Duty beta right now. It is out. It is free, and I'm here doing this for you.
Oh shit, Hopkins being like, dude, calm down. Yeah, Kyler came off the field saying, calm the fuck down, goddamn, right at Cliff. So Cliff was definitely chewing him out for the play clock running out, and Kyler's saying, shut the fuck up. Ooh, this is interesting.
Spicy.
Drama? In
you
my
didn't know
football?
you were getting a TMZ stream on TNF, but here we are. It's the all acronym stream. All right. First, let's see. First and goal. Cardinals. Ball in the 2. Yeah. And they run and they got it. That ball broke the plane.
Yep. Is that Keontae?
That is a touchdown. It sure is.
That's my boy.
Yeah, he's built for that, man. That is, I'm glad they had him in there. You know, there are many fantasy owners right now that are very upset that, Benjamin didn't get the touchdown, but he's got great
and
feet.
look at that block from Hopkins on Tyron too.
Yeah, well, we talked about Tyron. Tyron is not the iron wall that he used to be. He has shown the ability to give yards this year more than any other year that I've ever seen him in his career. So, not terribly surprising, but good for Keontae Ingram. I'm going to focus on the positive there. He's got great leg drive. He's very quick with his feet. Needs a little polish as a blocker, but got tipped, didn't it?
Yep. Ball
and
got
a
tipped.
flag.
They
and
call
a flag.
A hold or a PI on whoever was covering Hopkins.
It got tipped. You can't. If the ball got tipped, PI is off.
They're going to discuss this one, unless it happened before the throw.
Nah. Well, it's Jerome Boger, so anything.
I know, that's the thing. Yeah, this thing was the ball out at that point of the hold. I don't know.
He mugged him.
I think the ball was still in Kyler's hands, so I think they're calling it because the ball was still in Kyler's hand when he held him.
Yeah, he was mugging him right off the break. He mugged him hard on the break. But was he within 5 yards off the break?
I still don't think that even within 5 yards, I don't think you're allowed to.
Well,
you're
allowed to. It's not how they're going to call it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. All right.
So they, it's all for a 2-point try. They already got the touchdown. They just get to do it.
Now you're only 1 yard off, so you can run it. Are they sneaking? Kyler under center? We almost never see that.
No.
Oh my God! They called split back.
Fumble? Wait, breaks the plane in the grasp? They're giving it to him.
Was that split back power off motion? Let's fucking go.
Did you get it?
I don't know if he got it. Oh,
no,
he definitely got it. Crossed the plane, then got knocked out.
He totally got it. Tip of the ball was across the plane, so Eno gets the 2 and Keontae gets the 6. Huh. All right. All right. 539 people hanging out on a Thursday night to watch the Cardinals versus the Saints. Let's go. I am thrilled to have y'all here. Again, this is people like, oh, games are terrible. I'm like, football with friends, get to hang out, have a beer, hopefully share some knowledge, get some knowledge from the chat. It's all good. It's a two-way exchange for us that we really enjoy. So thanks for hanging out with us.
That's super fun.
Oh, whiteboard moment. You're getting called for a whiteboard moment.
That same side power that I was talking about earlier that hit. So I actually took the time while my camera was dead, which is overheating again. So let's see if we
I don't think they want the same side power, but you can do that since you drew it. But they wanted the split back power for the two.
The short version of same side power is most of the time if you're running power, you're pulling this way because you're away from the back. Same side power is you pull this and this guy takes one step and goes straight downhill, because how they were aligned, this is literally exactly how they were aligned. How they were aligned, you're all gapped up on this side, so you got the B gap bubble here. So they want same side power to take advantage of the B gap bubble being backside, so they'll bring the polar up here to the will. Now, they did actually scrape pretty aggressively, so he was able to hit it that way, but that's why they ran same side power, which is a pretty good way that if you're all gapped up front side in that type of look, you could still hit the bubble backside, be all right. What?
Oh man, we have dad joke comments. Look at the stream. He even super chatted it with 5 pounds attached. This is classic.
I'll always get nostalgic putting my car in reverse. It really takes me back. God damn it.
I know.
That's so stupid, it's funny.
I know. That's the measure of, is it just bad or is it bad enough to pass it on and give it to someone else?
Are we still reviewing this 2-point try?
So they're asking if the knee knocks it out before he breaks the plane. Like, is he losing control off Malcolm Roach's knee?
I would say no. I think it crosses and then get knocked out, like right there. It's like
but it's
literally
out,
half
like,
an inch, but
yeah, but it's coming out at that point. After he hits the knee, it's loose. So that's what they're reviewing. And look, it's a scoring play. It's going to make some difference, not a ton of difference, but some. So I get it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those whatever the call on the field is. And
yeah, call on the field is successful. What's Boger got to say? Call stands.
Yeah.
All right, on we go. Can't put a price on a dad joke. Actually, you can. It's 5 pounds.
Matthew Wright, Saints need to make the color rush uniforms main. They do have pretty good color rush. Most teams actually have pretty good color rush, in my opinion. I think they're pretty well done.
What are your thoughts on action green?
You know, a lot of people hate it. I actually like it. Not gonna lie.
You like it? You like the full fluorescent look?
The highlighters give it all to me. I dig it. Like couple nights a year, I dig it. It's kind of like I'm one of the only people that actually enjoyed Bumblebee Steelers games. Most people hate those. Like I liked it personally.
I must say, and this is something coming from a Bears fan, that the straight color, all like forest green Packers uniforms,
really nice
from last week. I liked them, and I think they would have been even better if they'd worn their regular helmets.
Yeah,
because they wore just the straight yellow helmets, which I get like why they did that. But
here's the split back look.
Yeah,
so you can see it, split back wing, and they ran.
Look at, boy,
who's little pin and pull out of it.
Yeah, but who's 72? Cody Ford getting worked. Like Cody Ford he got his lunch money taken on that one. All right.
Man, you almost never see split back under center in the NFL.
Oh, there's Kamara. Look at that. Yeah. Look at Alvin Kamara. Just appreciate that as a football fan, please. That probably should have been no gain, maybe tackle for 1 yard, and he gets first down out of it. Like, that's all him. Like, if you're giving yards created, like yards after expected, like whatever that run was, 10 yards, all 10 go to Kamara. Like, he got contact at the line of scrimmage and he got a first down. Like, it's just not normal. Just appreciate the fact that Alvin Kamara is a bit of a wizard with the ball in his hands.
Chat, by the way, if you want a very detailed explanation on stuff you can do out of split back formation, you're going to be very interested in this week's Film Room episode.
Wah, wah, wah.
Just saying.
All right, JJP is back. Question: would a Bears victory over the Packers make EJ happier than Brett when he should be fired? No. Like, I only hope to ascend to the heights of happiness that Brett experienced when he heard the news that Easterby was fired. Luckily, I was one of the first people to get to talk to him after that. We were prepping for recording the pod. We were both up early on Monday. We were doing pre-show, like pre 7 a.m. And the news came out, and I was like, dude, have you heard? He was like, have I ever? He was very, very excited.
Now that Eno's in the NFL, he's really making those Benjamins. God damn it, Jared.
I didn't start it. It was not me. I just appreciate Quality humor.
Oh man.
Ooh, I wish Kamara dodged law enforcement as well as he dodges tackles. Ooh, we'll just let that one set.
Octave for $5. Favorite game y'all have watched? Mine would be the Giants Super Bowl win in 2012. Manning to Manningham will forever be in my mind. Around that same time period, actually in those same playoffs, there was a Saints 49ers divisional round playoff game when the 49ers were like at the height of their power under Harbaugh. They had an incredible defense, like fucking like 7 Pro Bowlers on that defense. And they went up against the Breeze and Sean Payton led Saints offense at the height of their power, back and forth constantly. Alex Smith, I believe, was still the quarterback for the 49ers at that time, and he was playing really well. I think Greg Roman was the offensive coordinator, I think, for that one, and Vic Fangio was the DC. But that 2011 Saints 49ers playoff game, which I think you could watch on YouTube, go back and watch that game. It was fucking phenomenal and one of my favorite games of all time.
Zach, if we missed your super chat, go ahead and put it back in. Don't attach any money to it the second time. Just do super chat redo, and we will answer your question. Sometimes YouTube has a way of stacking them in a way that we can't get back to them. So happy to answer the question. Favorite games ever? If we're talking ever, it's games from the 85 season with the Bears. There were many. It wasn't just the Super Bowl game. Super Bowl game was a complete annihilation. No!
Pick
6.
Off the hands, too. That's rough. I hate when those are credited to quarterbacks because they're not the quarterback's fault.
It would be nice to be able to differentiate. Hey, man, he hit the guy in the hands, as opposed to, hey, he overthrew the guy or threw it into double coverage. But that, with only $1.50 left in the first half, is a huge turn for the Cardinals at home.
EJ, it's a Thursday game. We got 35 points in the first half.
I wasn't going to say anything because I didn't want to jinx it, but as soon as they scored and went for 2, I was like, by the way, the over looks in reach, which is pretty darn cool. So games from the 85 Bears season, if you were not alive then or you don't really care about the Bears or whatever else, go back and watch. There's some great highlight videos on YouTube which show the complete and utter dominance of that team and how they just shredded other NFL teams at the time. I mean, made them scared to play because
the extra point. God damn it.
They just punish folks. But then, honestly, last year's Bills-Chiefs game. Is like
it's up there.
Watershed moment in the NFL of like, oh boy, like this is completely different. Was that Kevin White, by the way, number 1?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh God, he is so star-crossed. He cannot get away from it.
Or wait, no, I think is Kevin White 17?
I'm looking. No, it's Marquez Callaway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
that's
White
okay.
is 17. Well, I feel better. Kevin White's had plenty of heartbreak in the NFL. I don't need him to have any extra. But no, 85 Bears. Some of the Bill Parcells Giants teams were the same way. LT and Carl Banks and all those guys, like they were super fun to watch. But you know, last year's Bills Chiefs game was a, hey, we're in a different space now.
Yeah,
we're gonna do things differently, and if you're not ready to compete with this, you should be, because this is the way it's going. Fantastic game.
Autumn asked if we could go back in time and see any game, presuming live, what would it be? Hers would be the Freezer Bowl. I would say I want to be at the Beastquake game. I want to hear that. Like, I want to hear that with my own ears.
That was the thing. The Beastquake game would be really good. I think I would go back to when the team from Washington was talking shit and the Bears beat them 73-0.
What, in like the 20s or whatever it was?
Yeah, it's a Hallis game.
Yeah.
Like, that's a, like, all-time, like, yeah, the Washington team was talking shit big time, and the Bears went in and whooped them 73-0. It's like, that'd be something.
My second answer would be, and this is gonna seem random to a lot of people. So back in the day, Bear Bryant really wanted to integrate the Alabama football team and allow black
Oh, yeah.
players. Bear Bryant really wanted the team integrated because he knew there was a lot of really good black players, and they were not. And USC was, and so Bear Bryant intentionally scheduled to play against USC, and USC kicked the shit out of them. And then, magically, Alabama was able to integrate their football team. I want to go to that game just to sit in the stands and see the faces.
Hear the hush.
Hear the hush as USC annihilated them and changed Alabama forever.
Yes, forever. And college football forever as well. Some guy sitting in Caesar Sportsbook right now just went completely ballistic because he had a huge-ass bet, I bet, on Dalton at plus 10 rushing yards. Dalton just got them all in one shot, and he's like the one guy that's like, wow.
Oh, God.
He's like, either he's Andy Dalton's brother or he just won a bunch of money, and I think probably it's the latter.
Actually, also Andy Dalton rushing is making an appearance in this week's Film Room episode as well, because the 2009 TCU Horned Frogs were the first team, as far as my research can tell, that ran the inverted veer, which then is the same thing that Cam Newton ran to win a Heisman the next year. And a lot of what you see in the NFL looks like inverted veer. So Andy Dalton can run.
Marquez Callaway. He is not having the best night. I think they might challenge this. Are they saying it's loose? Yeah, they're saying it's loose. Okay. Not controlled. All right. Good call. Good call. Didn't look that way at the beginning, but yeah, never really had it. It's amazing that he came down with it, period, but yeah, didn't have control going out. The assistant coach is getting in your face. That's got to be so annoying. You can't hit them.
Chat asked, was the game at Bama? Yes. Bear Bryant wanted it to be at Bama.
Nothing like
people
the home
to see it live. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God, another pick. Jesus Christ.
Another pick 6.
Oh my God. Isaiah Simmons.
So, when somebody asks, why is Andy Dalton not a full-time starter?
That's why.
Right there. Like, this is the reason. Is because he's now thrown 3 picks in the first half, and he is damning his team to a loss. Like, they're going to play Taysom in the second half because you can't afford this. Like, you knew this was going to be kind of a tight game. Like, it was probably going to be like a 7-point game, and you've given them 21. Like, well, 14. But you took away 7 from yourself, so I'm calling that 21 because you threw a pick in the red zone and you just threw 2 immediate picks in your own end that turned into pick 6s directly. They didn't even have to drive for the points. You didn't even give your defense a chance. That's why Andy Dalton is not going to get extended starting stretches in the NFL anymore, is because he's going to do that, and then he's going to go to the sideline and look a little flummoxed, and that's what you're going to get. And it's a bummer because, like, when you watched him play last week, he played well. You know, the team competed last week, but week over week, if you start him, you're going to see this. He's going to stack picks. He's, for the most part, not going to do. Oh, what a dart to Ertz.
Great catch, too, through contact.
Yeah, that is. We need to talk about Kyler because we can talk about Andy Dalton all we want, but that's a known. This is a dart. Oh, they're not going to show it. They're going to show the pick. He doesn't see Simmons lurking. Oh, Simmons takes 1 step forward and he discounts him and he throws it right at him. He just assumed he wouldn't be there.
28-14 in the first half on TNF? What is going on?
I am loving it. That is what's going on. This is amazing.
Well, and I don't think the Cardinals are going to be throwing much in the second half, so you could throw out my slip.
Your first half, but we're going to do a second half slip. We're going to right the wrongs here. We're going to think, okay, what would we do? And you might go 1 for 2 tonight. What a dart though from Murray to Ertz. Very talented player. It might sound like we get on Kyler at times, and we do, because I think a lot of people have ideas about what he is that he's not, but the things that he is all of those things.
Yeah.
That is a display of, pinpoint precision. Oh no, turf monster. Turf monster when
What
you
a
had an opening.
complete collapse by the Saints. My God.
Yeah, the Saints are not showing a lot of mental
They
toughness
went
right now.
from up by 7 to down by 14 in like 3 minutes of game clock.
Of game clock. Yeah, they're not showing a lot of mental toughness right now.
Oh my God.
And Chapman pointed it out already, but I got the beers backwards.
You did?
No, I didn't. I got them right, I guess.
Okay.
See, Cardinals red.
Oh, there
Cardinals
you
are
go.
having.
There you go.
Yep, red for the first
Penalty on
half.
the Saints, man. What
And they
coach?
started fast. We'll see. We'll see if the Saints. I'll break out the Abita just for the Saints in the second half. See if it's a totem.
Zach for $5. Which coach do you believe helped have the largest impact on the development of the NFL into the game we know and love today? No clue how to resend for free. Thank you, Zach, for one.
Don Corio.
I have another Chargers coach in mind, Sid Gilman.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Who
same
was
but different, like earlier.
Same but different. And Sid Gilman, in terms of a lot of modern pass concepts that predate, like the West Coast offense, predate the air raid, he had a massive influence on the development of both of those style of systems. Bill Walsh credited him, saying that everybody back in the day watched Sid Gilman to see what to do. And then when Sid Gilman was on the Bears coaching staff for a year, I'm blanking on the assistant, but somebody who was under Sid in Chicago then took his system and went back to BYU. And the whole BYU staff, which, fun fact, Andy Reid was a player there. He's an offensive lineman at BYU at the time in the 80s. And they designed the air raid using some Sid Gilman concepts as well. And that was the OG air raid was in the 80s BYU. And Sid from the 50s to the 80s was monumentally important in so many different passing offenses. And Don Coryell also same thing. So honestly, just look at the Chargers. The Chargers, like, pantheon of coaches is one of, if not the most important in the history of the league. I'd put them up with the Bears, the Packers, like all these great coaches, the Steelers. Chargers coaching history is insanely important to the history of the game.
Yeah, and Mouse Davis. If you don't know who Mouse Davis is, go look up Mouse Davis. Davis,
Portland State.
Way before his time. Like what Mouse Davis did with Warren Moon and the Smurfs in Houston, Houston Oilers before they were Tennessee Titans, was a predecessor of a lot of what you see in the NFL today, which is, 4 wide receivers, 1 big back.
Option routes everywhere.
Yeah, you see 4 guys that have sync, and they were ahead of the NFL for a while. They made hay. They went to championship games. They had that receiving core with Ernest Givens, and that was a fun time. And strangely enough, this is one of those EJ gets shivers moments that nobody would recognize why. But first day Shrine Bowl practice last January, standing on the sidelines at UNLV outdoors watching practice number 1. Practice is winding down, and there's everybody there. There's agents, guys from teams, scouts, media like us. And I'm looking at this guy next to me, and I'm like, that's a former player for sure. Like, that's absolutely a former player. And I sneaked a little sly look at his badge. Yeah, it's Alonzo Highsmith. That's the running back from that offense, run and shoot. He was Warren Moon's running back with the Smurfs, and he's now the head of player development for I forget who, but it was like,
and he still looks like he could play, by the way. He's gigantic.
Chiseled out of granite too. And I was like, that's Alonzo Highsmith, like right there. Holy crap. So yeah, I still get hair standing up on the back of my neck doing this. And that was one of those moments of like, holy shit. Because Highsmith was, for those of you who don't know, a very dominant power runner in college, came out, and they basically spread them out 4 wide all the time with 5 offensive linemen and 1 back, and Highsmith was the back, and they had to try and go light to keep up with all these small, light, fast receivers, and then they let Highsmith just run the hell over him with very different contact rules than they have today. So the whole, like, you can't lower your head, yeah, whatever, and his thighs were about the size of sequoias, and he hurt people. Yeah.
My grandfather played under Sid Gilman at University of Cincinnati. Used to talk about him a lot. That's from Falling Sloth in chat. First of all, I would love, if your grandfather's still with us, to have a chat with your grandfather about Sid Gilman, because that's amazing.
That'd be awesome.
That's incredible.
They're showing the Andy Dalton pick collage. This is not good.
3 in the first half, right?
Okay, that was the second. One is not his fault. The one that bounced off Callaway.
The other 2 are.
The other 2 are absolutely, like, he lost Simmons. He throws it right at him, or he doesn't think he can catch it. Both are dumb. And the first one we talked at length about in the end zone, that was just a terrible decision.
Yeah.
So 2 of the 3 are seriously his deal. The one in the middle to Callaway, look, Callaway probably should have caught that. Good play by the Cardinals. I'm not going to take anything away from them. Tip drill, you still got to catch it, and they did, and ran it back. Credit to Arizona for taking it to them at home. You need to do that. That's what you need to do. You need to protect your own house and win the games at home that you should win. So good on them for throwing a bunch of quick points on them. Again, very close game with like 3 minutes to go, and we go into halftime. It does not look like a close game, and good teams will do that. And who gets the second half kickoff?
I think it's the Cardinals.
If it's the Cardinals, that is devastating, because you roll up basically 14 free points off turnovers, and then you get the second half kickoff. If they roll down and score a touchdown, like the game's pretty much out of reach. You're up 21 at that point.
All right, let's see. Pass yards. I'm gonna go.
Sorry to hear it. Falling Sloth says, wish he was still with us. Passed about 12 years ago.
Sorry to hear that. That's amazing that he was one of Sid's players.
That he played for Sid Gilman. That's amazing. So many great coaches. We only named a handful, and there are so many more that were really instrumental in so many ways. But those are some of the luminaries for sure.
All right, I got my second half slip in. I'm taking Andy Dalton over 128.5 passing second half. Kyler,
because they're going to have to.
Yeah. Kyler under 105, because I think they're just going to run the absolute shit out of the ball now. And okay. Saints have to pass, so I think Andy's going to just garbage time make up for it and win me my slip back.
They leave him in, so the two liabilities to the slip so far is if they pull him and say Taysom's our guy, that's going to sub that slip out. The other one is the Saints corners are still going to struggle, and the Cardinals will take what they give them. Like, Cardinals aren't just going to lay down and burn clock in the third quarter. So if they hit one and they don't tackle, and look, we've seen the Saints corner struggle with that. He could roll up 105 in the second half pretty easily. But I'm with you. I like the Kyler bet a lot. The Andy one, I feel like they're going to be chucking it up, but they might not be chucking it up with Andy. We'll see about the rest.
I'm going to go grab as long as I just make up for losing the first half, I'll be all
right. Yeah, you need at least 3 in the second half to keep your streak alive, or it's going to be a bit of a black night for Brett's betting habits.
Existence is Pain for $5. What a name. Jalen Thompson is such a beast.
Second half beer.
Yeah, go for it.
Right.
You're right. Jalen Thompson is a beast. I like Jalen Thompson a lot.
Yeah, he was on my sleeper watch list. If you're a Bootleg patron, when we're putting out our pre-draft lists for positions, he was on my pre-draft watch list in the sleeper category. I thought he had a lot of potential, and he's played even better than that already. So big to him.
Get my second LeCroy of the game. All right, let me see if there's any other super chats that I missed. I'm gonna clean those up if I can. Got Autumn's. Got JJ's. Got fucking Jared's. Chris for €5. No, £5. Yes, £5. Oh no, God, it's goddamn dad joke. I already got that one. Putting my car in reverse. Yeah, unfortunately I can't scroll past Chris's. So if I missed any others, feel free to put them in chat. Don't send any more money. We don't need any more money. Just you could put it in chat if I missed them. We don't want to squeeze you guys dry by making you double donate. It's not us. That's not us. At least the Pelicans are looking good. Saints are more deceased than the Queen. My God. Chat's ruthless tonight. Good Lord. Do you guys have favorite or least favorite players turned commentators or sports personalities? Favorite. Let's see. Favorite player turned commenter. I mean, Romo's obviously great. I love Romo. Nate Burleson. I worked with Nate for years when I was back at NFL Network. Before he moved to New York to do GMFB, he was in LA doing Total Access and all the shows there. And Nate is truly one of the kindest human beings in this business. Like, I know he comes off as like the nice guy on TV. He's even nicer in person, like in actual real life. He is an incredible human being. Everybody loved Nate. Seeing him be as successful as he is now makes all of us happy because he is truly one of the good guys in the industry, and I could not be happier for his success. He's fucking amazing. LaDainian was awesome to work with. Love LaDainian. Dion was great. Irvin was great. Kurt Warner's awesome. Mooch, Eisen, pretty much the whole Game Day Morning crew is awesome. Scott Hansen, again, I put him up with Nate Burleson as like one of the most kind individuals on the face of the planet. And he was the one who, because this is just the kind of person Scott is, he gave me a great tip where he's like, I know people don't carry cash these days, and so what he does, and there's in Culver City, back when NFL Network was in Culver City before they moved to Inglewood, Scott Hansen in his car would keep a giant stack of like $5 and $10 McDonald's gift cards. And anytime there was, somebody on the side of the road and holding up, because, people for whatever reason are like hesitant to give homeless people cash or anything like that. And he didn't really carry cash, but he had like a stack of like 50 McDonald's gift cards. And so he just handing out McDonald's gift cards to people that needed it on the street anytime he passed them. And like, he did this all the time. And I remember we were talking about it one day, and I know it's like a common phrase, but the thing he taught me is like, it cost me nothing to be kind. And that really stuck with me. And that's like one of the big lessons that Scott taught me is like, it costs nothing to be kind. Now he did spend money on those, obviously, but like, that is his mentality through life, is like, he never considers it like an inconvenience to be kind or to help others. Like, he knows he's in the position he's in. And so he's like genuinely one of those types of people that he never even thinks twice about doing it. And I love Scott Hansen. He's an incredible human being. Also a former player, so it counts. He played at Syracuse. Hello, EJ.
I forgot that he's an Orangeman fan.
He was. He does not root for any individual NFL team, which when you do Red Zone for as long as he does, that makes sense. But he is a diehard Orange fan.
Yep. All right. We have our second half beer. Abita Brewing out of New Orleans, for those of you that are familiar. Turbo Dog is their brown. Great label, just dark label with a couple of eyes on it. Again, pretty drinkable, 12 ounces, 5.6 only by volume. So,
that's water.
As a brown ale, like, not too bad. But yep, Abita Springs, Louisiana, good stuff. Get it fired up. Yep, grabbed another. I was gonna say LaCroix, but it's not. It's bubbly, so I guess we're sponsor agnostic here. We can get sponsored by either seltzer.
But hey, if LaCroix wants to give us money,
if LaCroix wants to
say no.
If Bubbly wants to give us money, we drink plenty of that stuff. So Anyways, here's to either one of those.
Alex Humphreys, check Twitter. Got your shot of the week. Love you guys. Oh, I will check Twitter.
Oh, I see notifications.
I don't see it. Oh wait, maybe it wasn't DM. Maybe it was something else. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna look that in a little bit, Alex.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the.
But if you did DM me, let me know, and I'll check my DMs. Dalton against the Cardinals is not a good idea. Yeah, in general, Dalton against most people is not a good idea. Octane.
Yeah, Dalton these days is not the thing in general.
Oh, here's an EJ question from Jared. It's halftime, so I'm going to briefly swap to F1. Who's y'all's current favorite team and driver? Even though it's on a Sunday, will y'all be paying attention to the USGP? Yes, I will be paying to the USGP. As for my favorite team and driver, I don't consider myself a Ferrari fan, but growing up, Mike was like my favorite driver ever, and it still saddens me that he's still in a coma. Correct? Schumacher?
It is unclear. I've not heard any clarity about that. They've been very. There was a big thing about how purposely vague they were being a few months ago.
Schumacher was like a god to me when I was growing up. So
No.
I don't know if I consider myself a Ferrari fan, but I was a Michael Schumacher fan.
Yeah. Driver, I would say Hamilton, but not his team. I would not pick his team. That's a weird thing. No, I think Lewis Hamilton is a really pretty interesting guy himself and a fantastic driver as far as current in terms of growing up. When I was really little, my dad was a huge Niki Lauda fan.
Oh yeah.
And it was one of my first. That was one of my first introductions to international motorsport. My dad was a huge F1 fan, and he loved Niki Lauda. And for me, yeah, he's bent for sure. But for me, through high school and college, it was Senna. Like Senna is one of my all-time favorite athletes. Period. Driver, otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ayrton Senna I was crushed when he died. So, and some of the stuff he did is, if you want to compare it to, if you're not an F1 fan, if you want to compare it to, the NFL, or you want to compare it to the NBA, it's Michael Jordan stuff. It's right now it's Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen stuff. It's just stuff that nobody else can do, and you're like, what? Yeah, you go back and look at. There was a great video last year where they redid one of his Monaco race laps in HD. They took the old footage and upgraded it to HD, and the sound alone will just boil your blood. It's ridiculous. So yeah, great sport. Don't pay super close attention to F1 right now. I know there's a huge resurgence and everybody in the States cares and is all of a sudden staying up to watch it.
Netflix, baby. Netflix did that.
And Drive to Survive. It's really cool, but and it's awesome. I'm not saying that, it's not about when your fandom comes for any particular endeavor or, series of books or movies or sports or whatever. Like whenever you become a fan, being a fan is great. Oh, right in the face mask. You don't see that very
Hopkins
often.
usually catches those.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. But no, the F1 popularity, I think, is amazing for the sport. It is and always has been an amazing sport. But I don't, because I'm doing this so often, I sort of tangentially pay attention to F1. Although we were just down in Austin, and they were getting ready. The town was gearing up. Yeah, town was gearing up when we were there for sure.
They were getting ready like 6 weeks out.
Yeah, no, it was like everywhere. I mean, we were there for something else. We were there for a football game, but they were already. Everybody was talking about it. Restaurant owners were talking about it. Uber drivers were talking about it. Locals were talking about it. Like it was already on the mind. Hardcore. It was big in the consciousness when we were there.
That's why I had to drive the U-Haul from Austin.
No one-way
to
rentals.
Yeah. No one-way rentals. They were not allowing any rental cars to leave the city because of that.
Yeah, that weren't coming back. because they need him. But no, it's cool. It's great to have the track there. Um, it's unfortunate that the ingress and egress was designed by Texas. Like Texas is very interested in doing things the most difficult and strangest way. So there's like one road in, that's 2 lanes, like one road in, one road out. Locals hate it, won't go near it on race day if they're not going there because it's very difficult to access. But the track itself is pretty darn cool. So and they have a lot of events there, not just the race, which is great.
All right, here we go. 2nd and 1. Saints trying to make this a 1-score game.
I don't know. I think his knee hit
I think
before
he
he
was
got
down
there.
short. I think JJ got him. JJ's having a great game, by the way.
JJ is doing what he needs to do. I just want him to stay healthy because, man, is it fun to see JJ Watt in, this is 60 or 70% of peak JJ, and it's still awesome.
It's still a high-quality player.
It's great, and I just want to keep seeing it because he's a great dude individually. He's an amazing player. I want him to stay healthy because last few years have been pretty rough on his body.
All right, 3rd and inches. Taysom's it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I thought we were getting. QB power. Almost guarantee it.
Yeah, for sure.
There it is, QB power.
Yeah. Hi, look at him. Look at him. He's telling him.
He's
How
like,
you
"Yeah,
going to
we
stop
knew you
that?
got
You
it."
can come as fast as you want. You're not going to stop me for half a yard.
Nah. That's so funny. They're so predictable, but it fucking works, so who cares?
Yeah, Dennis Allen is doing his thing. Uh-oh. Who's tagging us in tweets? Ari put up there were more points in the first half tonight, 42, than the last 2 Thursday night football games combined. 40.
Christ.
We love it. We're good. Oh boy, who was that?
Was it Buddha?
That was Buddha.
I think so. Yeah, Buddha coming off the edge.
They're using Buddha to just do everything tonight. They're turning him loose, and it's fun to see.
Let's see if he was coming off. Is a fire zone coming off the edge?
Little duck. Got around.
Oh, it's so funny that I just put out a TikTok this week on that pressure path. Nick Saban calls it Andy, and you get a TE stunt. Ironically against Andy Dalton, but that has nothing to do with why it's named that. But he calls it Andy.
Is it a Toy Story reference?
Maybe, who knows? But it's a TE. Why I have a whiteboard here. What am I doing?
Oh, Dalton hits a huge one to Olave. Still going.
Split it.
Down to the 8. Down to the 8. Just when, it wasn't. It was Taysom. They put Andy Dalton out as the X. That's hilarious. Oh. That's Taysom Hill hitting a big one over the middle.
All right.
Wow. 1st and goal for the Saints.
Let's talk about the Andy pressure, which is what Buddha got.
Ooh.
And come here, bottle up. All right. So this is Buddha. Let's just pretend this is Buddha. So Andy is, and this is how they ran it. So they ran tackle here. JJ came up, looped inside, and then you got a third coming off the edge. And what's really difficult about it is if you're trying to do 3-on-3, you already kind of need 3 guys to pick up the TE as it is. If you don't have a 4th, so if he's over here and he releases that way, even though it is 3-on-3 and you got even numbers, you're pretty much fucked because he's setting here, and then as soon as this end stops and starts looping inside, he might step in because he has to pick up the tackle, and then the center is going to be picking up the end. There's really nobody to pick up the safety coming off the edge. So you can get a 3-on-3 here and still basically get a free rusher unless you have a 4th guy in protection. So they always like to call it away from the back, so it's less likely that the running back's going to pick it up in protection. Classic 3-man pressure that Saban calls Andy, and it works really well. So that's how they got Buddha free off the edge. Hope that made sense.
Oh,
God.
Dalton almost got another pick. He is He is all about throwing those crowd shots in the middle. I don't disagree with the shot that he took. It's not like the one he threw the interception on. He's got a shot at this. Like that's a pretty good shot. It's tough. It's going to be a bang bang play, but it's not an auto pick like the last couple he's thrown. But Ben Neiman deserves a lot of credit. Ben Neiman's the guy that snuffed out that little flare screen previous to this that caused them to have to take that shot to Traquan Smith. Neiman absolutely met the back. I think it was Kamara and set him down. So they got nothing, and they were basically forced to throw. They were outside, decent run area. So, Ben Neiman, guy backing up Zaven Collins at inside linebacker, not a name you'll hear all the time, makes a big play in, game that his team's leading, and Saints come away with 3, not what they wanted to after that huge shot. Taysom hit to Olave.
Find a cure for $5. Apologies for missing this one earlier. I guess you could say if Kevin dropped that, EJ's face would have gone white. Also, super chat from earlier, surprise trade candidate is Damian Harris. First of all, applaud the dad joke. Second of all, Damian Harris, we were actually hearing about him being a trade candidate before the season even started. And considering how much Ramondre has ascended and how excited they apparently are about Pierre Strong, I would also not be surprised if Damian Harris gets moved to a running back needy team. Because it is running back and he does have some wear and tear on him, I can't imagine it would be for a high asset at all. But apparently Damian Harris himself would not be opposed to a trade at this point either on his end. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I could definitely see that happening. Who would they trade him to, though?
Running backs are so hard because they're so easy to get. And almost everybody has one that they like, either, third on their depth chart or on their practice squad.
Yeah.
So it's peanuts. Like, you're going to get like a conditional 6th. Is Damian Harris a better player than that? Yes. Are they going to get more than that for him? They're not.
Mm-hmm. Fun fact, I played against Buda Baker in high school. His team ran the wing tee, and he could take anything to the house. I remember him picking off an overthrown hitch for a smash concept with one hand as he dove. Yikes. Yeah. Buddha's the kind of guy where it's like, if you're a top tier NFL player, you probably were like a demigod in high school. Because even Juju Smith-Schuster, who I've mentioned multiple times that I've seen live, he was the best player on the field in high school by a wide margin. And he's just like a fine NFL player. But if you're like Buddha caliber, you were wrecking face back then.
Oh, yeah. If you're like Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah.
And Isaiah Simmons has not ascended yet in the NFL. I'm not saying he has. But in terms of like your physical profile and your athletic gifts, that guy in high school, like, get out of here. By the way, I just sent you some absolute catnip as a photog in DMs. Like, you're gonna lose your jaw over that.
What is this? Oh, that's so good.
That's so beautiful.
That's so good. Yeah, DJ Humphries pulling around. Oh, that was on that same side power. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see what the Cardinals
got. If Humphries pulled, it technically wouldn't be same side power, it'd be same side dart. If, not to be pedantic.
Well. I was thinking that.
Yeah, of course. Still, same principle applies.
Yeah, no, I was not thinking that. I'm interested to see how the Cardinals respond here, because we saw the friction between, Kyler and Cliff, and they're up, but they're up because of their defense, right? They got 14 free points from their defense and honestly 21 points from their defense. So this isn't about the fact that the offense has clicked with D-Hop back in the lineup or anything else. That stuff's still bubbling under the surface, and they are going to have to play some football here because the Saints showed the ability to hurt him deep, and I think they could probably do it again. So they're not going to be able to like sit back and sort of grind clock, and Kyler's definitely not going to be able to throw it into people's helmets and get away with it. That they could let the Saints back in here, and I want to see them put their foot down, and I'm not sure that they can.
Yeah.
Was that Jordan? Was that
Might have
Cam?
been
That
Tuttle. 91.
91 or 92? I'm not sure who that was.
I can't tell. Oh,
91's Contavious Street. 92 is Marcus Davenport. Oh. Somebody moved.
yeah. False start. Matt, unfortunately can't scroll up to find it, but paste it again in chat. Don't pay for it, and that'll be easier for me to find it.
Jarrett wants everybody to get hammered. Jared for $2. Brett brings up going to Modern Day. Drink, lol.
You just want us all to die.
I appreciate the $2. That's good. That's classic. We all have our go-tos. And hey, if you went to a school like Modern Day and you're talking about football, like, it's gonna come up.
All right,
As a Saints fan, I'm very sad inside. I don't know. You got the big shot to Olave. They had a shot for a touchdown there. They didn't get it.
Just think about your nice top 10 draft. Oh,
that's not gonna make anybody happy. Oh wow,
Kyler's got a million years and still took the sack. God.
That's a really okay. Cam Jordan again. Like, that just goes to our Cam Jordan appreciation moment earlier. But this doesn't have anything to do with Cam Jordan. This has everything to do with Kyler. Like, Kyler's dancing, and he'll wait longer than almost any quarterback in the NFL. But then he'll do that little thing where he squirts out. But you got to do that, because if you don't use that little electric superpower to bust out of the pocket, you're going to take a sack at 5.5 seconds at 9 yards, and you're going to punt.
Yeah.
Like, if you've got it, you have to use it if you're going to play that way. There's no if, and, or but about that. Like, if you're going to play that way, stand there for that long, you got to go when that happens. And if you don't, that's going to happen, and that's brutal.
Oh, there we go, Matt. About to graduate from Full Sail for sports broadcasting. Congratulations, by the way, for almost graduating. Any advice as I start my career? Hopefully, how do I get Scott Hansen's job? Well,
good luck.
I think there's one person on earth that can do Scott Hansen's job, and it happens to be Scott Hansen. As far as how to get your foot in the door for the industry, I mean, I got my foot in the door from internships, and I would say for most industries, that's probably the best advice I could give you these days is like internships, apprenticeships, all that kind of stuff. Because it's essentially like a long job interview. Like, that's what internships are. It's like a temp assignment. And generally speaking, from my experience in the industry, if you do well in that internship, it's just going to turn into a job. And NFL Network in particular, like, usually an internship is only supposed to last one semester. They kept me on in my internship for 2 fucking years waiting for me to graduate. They just kept extending me because they couldn't hire me until I graduated, but they didn't want me to go somewhere else. And so that's kind of what an internship is just an extended job interview. So if you can get a post-grad internship, please try to do that, because it's the best way I think you're going to get your foot in the door. Also, we got T-Swift on TV right now.
Yeah, T-Swift. This is Amazon saying, hey, if there's not a lot of points in the game tonight, maybe people will come by to see Taylor's preview of her new bit.
I don't know what's going on, but it's shot very well.
It's the preview of Midnight.
Oh, her new album. Okay.
Yes. So somebody said earlier that they were talking about the Steelers and their interest in Claypool. I asked for your thoughts on Packers reported an interest in Chase Claypool. Like, the Packers would love it if they could get him. As a Steelers fan, I don't like it either for either side. Yeah, the Steelers seem to be able to replace wide receivers at will. So it's not quite such a big deal for them, but Claypool is clearly a better receiver right now than Austin is. And Austin's not been able to break into the lineup. So it would be trading away, I don't want to say a strength, but a solid, a known contributor. Claypool had a great game last week. For a maybe in Austin, Calvin Austin, who we both like, but is a very different player. And they probably wouldn't get a super high return for him right now. That's just a fact of trading. Now, from the Packers side, they would love to have him because Aaron could make good use of him.
Loki,
Dalton.
if the Saints
Oh,
score here, and get the 2-point conversion, by the way, they can make it a 3-point game. This is not over.
Yeah, hang on. That was not pretty. That was a kidney shot.
To Olave? Is that who got hit? Yeah. And he's
Yeah,
already small.
Watch this.
He's like 180.
Watch this right here. Ay! Sorry, shoulder blade shot.
That still hurts like a bitch, though.
No, this is bad. This is a shot in the back and a heavy one. Like, it's not a helmet shot. It's not malicious. This is just what happens in the NFL, and that is a spine shaking blow. Like, he'll probably come back from that. It's fine. They all do, but
it hurts.
Hurts like crazy. Saints O-line still gashing, but big credit.
The reason they're behind. That's it.
Big credit to Allen there. That's a really good play by Henry Allen.
Len, how old were you, Brett? When I started there, I was 20.
Or sorry, Zach Allen. I said Henry Allen.
I was like 20 or 21, somewhere around there. And I was at NFL Network, internship and job total 6 years, I think. So I was there as an intern for 2 years. I was literally just doing a PA job, but they had to call it an internship till I graduated. And then I just kept doing the same thing, but as an employee after that for like another 4 years.
Oh, Dalton with a heave. Miscommunication, I think. They know what they have in Olave, though. They are absolutely leaning on Chris Olave. They paid a lot to get him. They bundled picks to go get him, and they are using him right away. And I'm not sad about it.
Watts getting home again. He's having that kind of old school JJ type game.
Yeah, he is. He absolutely is. Well, I'm just happy that one team has 17 and the other team has more than that. It's great to have a Thursday night stream where there's actually some scoring and some big plays. Look, if you're a Saints fan, I get it. You're not the happiest about the big plays. Yeah, I know Austin's been on IR. He has not been able to make an impact yet. Designated to return. Hope to get to see him this year, but it is that would be a bit of a precarious position for the Steelers to be trading away. Again, a known in Claypool that is already integrated and being productive in the offense for Calvin Austin, who they believe in. Obviously, they drafted him, but an unknown yet at the NFL level. They would have to be pretty enticed by whatever pick Green Bay was going to give up.
Yeah. Jack Sam for $10. Love the stream, guys. Any tips to cope for being a dummy starting Kyler in fantasy the same day as the COD campaign came out?
You got to read the. You gotta know which way the wind's blowing, man. It's so funny that there's all these Call of Duty ads on this.
Oh yeah, they're
Amazon
leaning
stream.
into it.
And I'm like, is that art imitating life or life imitating art? I'm not sure anymore. Like, it's one of the two, but it might be both. Yeah.
Find a cure. Jared needs a follow back, Brett. He's canon now. That's funny. Yeah, I'll follow Jared back.
And Jack, thank you very much for the super chat. Interesting question. Just an aside question while we're on an ad here. If we ran game streams, would you guys be interested in that? Because we've talked about it. Like video game streams.
Oh, like playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, like playing
or
Call
Overwatch
of Duty
or whatever.
Or something. Whatever. Some game. I know that there's a large crossover in that audience, and we both game occasionally when we get the time, which is not very often.
Yeah, I was going to say, it would be extremely infrequent.
Yeah, it'd be like once a quarter, maybe, but you never know. If it got popular, we could see. I'm interested in the interest more than anything else.
What would we play?
I don't know. You and I have never even gamed together, which is funny. We've known each other for 2.5 years, and we talk about it all the time. But we're also working all the time, so we don't end up doing it. But that's how I met Odney, who I referenced earlier in the stream. Was gaming with him probably 10+ years ago. And it's just something that we both do that we don't really leverage because it's a different arena. But look, tons of NFL players play games. Folks in the media play games. So it's everybody
Overwatch
games.
2 is free.
It's true. I saw the ads for that the other day. I still haven't picked it up, but it looks like it would be fun.
I played the shit out of Overwatch 1, so. Ooh,
I
big
know a lot of
TFL.
people played Overwatch. I was playing something else at the time, but it looked fun. It was like, ooh, that's the game I'd play if I wasn't playing this. And
Yeah.
I don't remember what I was playing at the time, but no, it looks fun. And look, it's a tournament game. It's well designed. Like it's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Jared Cole for $10. Hockey's put Damian Pierce on the taxi squad in my league. Should I let Hockey's put him in the active roster, or should Hockey's get punished for his blasphemy? You two decide his fate. I feel like blasphemy. I feel like that's blasphemy to me.
If the
Punish
Cardinals
away, all
somehow
you.
lose, if the Cardinals somehow lose this game, this is Matthew Wright for $5. Is Cliff put on notice? Cliff's already kind of on notice.
Yeah, he's
like,
already. Oh fuck.
Yeah. The reason this game is even close is because of the defense, not because of Cliff. Like if anybody's paying attention, and honestly, Steve Keim should be, but that's a shot of the week
Yeah,
right
you
there.
want to see a dead body? Oh my
That's
god.
Demario Davis. No flag?
No, shoulder.
Okay, if that's no flag, that's a shot
Shot
of the week.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Demario Davis on Zach Ertz. Whew.
Fucking hell.
That is a big boy hit. Yikes. Mario Party stream, let's go.
Oh god, do you
Smash Brothers.
I don't know
Somebody...
if you guys are I don't know if you guys are ready to see my deep-seated rage issues at Mario Party.
I am. Taylor Holden says, I want to see EJ get baked and play shapes. No, you don't. First part of that is you don't want to see me get baked. Two is shapes wouldn't be the most fun thing to play at that point. Hell, we'd play Mario Kart if I was going to get
I think we got to do an ayahuasca stream.
Oh, now only if we get Russ to play with us.
No, off-season ayahuasca stream with A-Rod.
No, we need Russ. I
don't think Russ.
That's what
that in
Perna
his body.
Our buddy Perna put that out today. He said, I think Russ needs to try ayahuasca. And no, I'm not kidding. And at this point, maybe people are like, how are you going to fix the Broncos? I'm like, somebody said, EJ, I need you and Brett to give me hope as Broncos fans because this looks pretty dire. And I was like,
yeah, it's pretty dire.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So maybe ayahuasca for Russ. I don't know. He can't eat the Danger Witch anymore, so he needs something to put in his mouth.
Let's see. Where is the most up-to-date chat? Brett running an entire Civ game. Yeah, like a 48-hour stream.
Oh, now that I wouldn't watch. Anyways. Oh, that is a big completion. Down the field, Hopkins lost the ball, but got it back. Gotta be a little rust.
Jacob Ashley, thank you for the Howie Roseman defense this week. Not that he needed it from me, Jake, but I feel like it needs to be spread far and wide, the wizardry that he pulled off, because he should be executive of the year.
Yeah, and repeatedly, too. That's the thing about the Roseman thing is this is not one move, not like this, he made this king move. He made a series of king moves, and his team is crushing. This isn't like, I made all these moves so I could tank and stack this capital for next year. Like, he has all this capital next year, and his team is probably the best team in the NFC.
Yeah.
That's when you start looking at a guy for executive of the year and go, man, you pulled all the right strings. So, yeah, happy to do the Howie love. EJ versus Brett and Madden. No, it's not happening.
I'm not good at Madden to be honest, but I'm not good at it because it's so different from what I'm from, like this. Like, yeah, it's so different that I think things are going to happen that don't.
You don't want to run your punter for 95 yards a game?
I don't know. There's a lot of cheese in that game that I get
Madden seems like built-in rage, and we want less rage in our life, not more. So we'll do something fun.
JJ, I'd pay to see you guys play Overwatch as a Genji Winston main since day one. It'd be a blast to watch. Who was your main, Brett? As a tank, I ran either Orisa or Reinhardt. As a healer, I ran Zenyatta mostly just because I like to still do damage. And then as a DPS, McCree, mostly. Well, I don't even know if he's still named McCree. I heard they like renamed him or something. But McCree back in the day was my shit.
And don't give him the tomahawk in Call of Duty.
No, don't.
Try action PC football. We might not play football. It'd probably be something else. We do enough football. Like football dominates a lot of our time. Like pretty much my everyday all day. So I think we would do something else. We would do racing game or, shooter something. But
we should do like
anyways,
Forza.
Forza's up to, I think the last Forza I have is like 5 or something, which is I know like 3 generations ago, but I still play it because come on, it's Forza.
Kyler.
And if you want to go laps, at the Nuremberg Ring, like you can veg out and, run a Porsche 962 variant at Nuremberg Ring as fast as you can. That's a good time.
Brett, you still have the Bills and the Patriots lineup. I still have the Bills and the Patriots lineup. Oh, if you're talking about for fantasy, yeah, I haven't swapped out anybody yet for the bye weeks. I'll probably do that tonight.
All right, Cardinals getting a little bit of movement here. They're putting together a drive, which is nice. They need to eat up a little clock. If they score some points, that's bonus. But they're moving the ball.
Yeah.
Spreading
At this
it out.
point, you're just trying to eat clock as much as you can.
Kind of, but I think now this is a great way to eat clock. Stay in bounds, Stay in bounds.
There, yeah. Yeah, okay. They'll keep that rolling.
Yeah, they ought to. Out. For sure. All right, Cliff's in his bag here because he has absolutely no consequence to whatever he calls. Like, it doesn't matter at this point. He's up by 14. He can just go deep into the play sheet and be like, let's try this. And it's working. He needs to call games like this more often because this is loose and the offense is working.
So I think, depending on how many yards that got, 21, I need 22 and a half receiving for Eno. So I need 2 more receiving yards for Eno. That got me my Hopkins.
Okay. We're starting to get to the point where the slip comes due.
The slip might be okay. Hold on.
Well, come on. We got a whole nother quarter to go here, so I think you'd be all right. Brett gonna actually get his receiving yards for Eno. Oh, back shoulder to D-Hop. Okay. We knew that was coming.
I feel like I win no matter what, because even the second half slip where I went under on Kyler, I think gave me a little nice reverse curse to make the first half slip hit.
You're using your second half reverse curse to push your first half slip over the line.
I'm not ashamed of hedging.
You're gonna win one of them. But if anybody out there thought that DeAndre Hopkins was going to come back and not catch a couple of back shoulders, you just don't know D-Hop.
Oh, man.
Why has D-Hop and I-Hop not gotten together?
Oh, that's actually brilliant. I don't know.
That seems like such a natural, man. Maybe he hates pancakes.
Nice.
That's a score. He hit the pylon.
Did he get it? Or is his knee down first?
That's Keontae. That's a touchdown.
I would prefer that they give it to him, but
he absolutely gets it.
I just want to make sure his knee was up.
No, that Keontae Ingram, for those that listen to our if you're new to the channel and you don't know that we did an entire divisional offseason preview,
his knee was down. Fuck.
Well, they'll review it, but we'll see. For those of you that don't know, no, he's down at like the 1. Anyways, we did one episode for each team over the summer, plus a divisional summary preview at the end of each week. So we had 8 weeks worth of content, put out 40 total episodes. And, we talked about free agency additions, coaching, folks that were already on the roster, and of course the draft classes as well. And Keontae was a guy we talked about a lot for the Cardinals because we saw him at Shrine Bowl. We really liked him. He ended up there. He made the depth chart. All of those things are good things, and he's got a bright future in the NFL. Even if he's not as a starter, he will be a very quality number 2, and he will play a long time in the NFL because he's got a lot of skill and he's got a lot of want to in pass protection, and you need that as a lower rounder backup running back. And he wasn't super polished. I watched him go through pass drills up close, and while he didn't have all the mechanics down, you can teach mechanics. He had the want to. Oh, bad snap. Look out.
Oh God. Oh.
Guess
Okay,
who?
it's fine. Give me more yardage for Eno to get the
That's
touchdown
right.
on the screen. That's what we need. That's what we
Yeah,
need.
no. And guess who? Cam Jordan.
Brett, don't check mod chat. Hockey's is yelling at me. Let's see what Hockey's wants. Let's see what he's got. Hockey's
Oh,
always yells at
boom.
me, to be fair.
To be fair. Did I see the welcome back Hopkins sign? I did. Elijah Moore and DJ Moore to the Cardinals to be with Rondale Moore. I love the three Moores. That would be fantastic. But I would rather have DJ Moore and Elijah Moore go to the Bears just because, I don't know, weird reasons.
Hockey says, in response to my blasphemy, I need you to understand why I haven't had Pierce active. I've had the top scorer in the league every week. Yeah, I know. I know you've had the top scorer. I've been watching you kill everybody.
Are you just bringing up fantasy football beefs because you're bored?
No, this is the first time I haven't been bored with a Thursday night game. It's actually been pleasant. Positively pleasant.
It is very pleasant not to have to vamp for 3 hours, I must say. And very glad that you're all along. If you wish to put some money down on sports gambling, please do it at Prize Picks, because Prize Picks, A, will give you free money if you use our code, and B, has been incredibly kind to Bootleg and supports our endeavor in a big way. So if you choose to put down money on sports gambling, do it with Prize Picks. They've been really awesome to us. And they believe in you more than they believe in us. If they didn't believe in you, they never would have sponsored us. So
and I weirdly have a super high win rate with them.
Oh, there it is.
Got it?
Got it.
Oh no, it's not Eno, but it's still
not
giving me
Eno,
more
but
Kyler yards. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm impressed by Kyler in the red zone. He's thrown 2 darts tonight. This one is a small window throw. Check this out. Inside slot receiver gets an inside move. Look at the throw. Zip. Like
great ball.
Right between the numbers, right over the helmet. When we talk
Oh
about
my
gaining
God.
inches,
Right over the helmet. You weren't kidding.
like this far over the offensive lineman's helmets, hits in between the 2 numbers. Like that is an absolute dart. Oh, the kicker kicks his own little dart. That almost got blocked, but he got it through. Impressive.
Oh, it's the Chaos League, Jared. I thought it was ours. Wait, who's the top scorer that keeps killing everybody in our league? I thought it was Hockey's. Now I gotta go back and look.
Now you gotta look.
Yeah, I'm not doing well in that league.
I think I finally perfectly timed this stream with my TV. Good for you. You're probably the only one in the entire country. Oh my goodness. Find a cure for $4.99. I need that more trade to happen so more and more can play, and they can be covered by Jones, and Jones.
Just the battle of 2 law firms.
Yeah. If you've been injured in an auto accident, call more Jones, and Jones. We'll take care of you.
Oh Christ.
That would be, it'd be like more cubed and Jones cubed. That would be something else. Yeah, a lot of keeping up with the Joneses on the Pats is tough to do. But yeah, a lot of Moores for sure. And they're all pretty good. Like Elijah Moore, we think is going to be really good. DJ Moore's already great, and Rondale has his moments. I think in a different offense, he might be, as a third receiver, he could be really dangerous as a slot. So. Oh, speaking of nothing, I'm watching the GMC ad, which is all about a battery-powered GMC. You know who's making the new Amazon delivery vans?
Not Tesla, I assume.
Rivian.
Whoa.
Yeah, they've been working on it for 2.5 years, and they're coming out now. It's pretty cool.
That's a huge deal for
That's
them.
a really big deal. Like I was like, oh, so you're making vans? Oh, you're making Amazon's vans? Okay.
If they got a contract to do last mile delivery vans for fucking Amazon,
They do.
That's massive.
Yeah, they've got a whole production facility. It's really impressive. So,
look at
anyways,
them. Good for them.
Yeah, we got a future Bootleg sponsor, Rivian. Just will this into existence. Go with me here.
One of our subs, by the way, works at their plant in Illinois.
Well then.
Yeah.
We might need you to get the name of the marketing folks because we would love to
Well, the
talk to them.
marketing folks live about 20 minutes from me over
I know
here.
we need to have lunch with them several times a month.
Until they say yes.
No, until they just leave their keys on the table and we take the truck.
Uh,
Don't you know how this works?
uh,
No, no, we both like Rivian a lot, and we see some brand alignment. Maybe they will too one of these days.
Everyone knows it's Jones over Jones over Jones. Oh, man.
Uh,
All right, here we go. 35-17. Saints are in bad shape, and yet still technically not out of it.
Technically, no, but
Technically, no.
they're going to have to take some chances that they don't want to take, or quite frankly, that their offense isn't built well to take. Like, if you're counting on Andy Dalton to throw deep, like,
If this was a fully armed and operational battleship with Winston and Thomas and Jarvis and Olave,
sure.
then I'm like, okay, yeah, I could see it. Be tough right now.
Yep, I would agree.
I didn't know that Zach Ertz's son is named Madden. That's adorable.
Olave got the catch.
Got it.
Yep,
Snagged it.
7-yard gain.
I think on
Okay.
Prize Picks his over under for targets tonight was like 7.5, which
Oh,
felt
for Olave,
yeah,
because
it felt nice.
yeah,
Felt easy.
yeah, I was gonna say if they go less than that with this receiving core, it's basically malpractice by the OC.
Or by the quarterback.
Yeah,
We're in the part of the game where we're just running cover 2 and trying not to get beat deep. So that's the call
yeah,
every play.
and we're heaving outs with Andy Dalton, even to Kamara, not his favorite throw. Even if that's like a 5-yard out, it's not even. It's like a 3-yard out, and just not his throw.
Look, judging by Andy covering his ears, sounds like it's getting a little loud in Arizona tonight.
Carl King shot. If those wide receivers go to the Bear, the law firm you can win with is more and Mooney. I love it. More Mooney. Give me more Mooney. That's what Brett wants to win with his slip tonight is more Mooney.
We're getting close. We're getting close.
Oh, batted down at the line.
Because I
This
got,
is
but I need him to. I need him to throw more to Kamara and Jawan.
all right. Pull up your slip. It's the end of the third quarter. Let's check in on both slips. See how we're doing. And this is look, this is a problem for the Saints because now the Cardinals have made them one-dimensional. They know what they're going to do, and they can play into that strength, and they can play away from their own weakness, which is, hey, we lost Rashard Lawrence, our really big defensive tackle. You know, if the Saints were in the position of trying to grind it out, you know, or that would be not great. But now the Cardinals can maybe get Myjai Sanders out there, maybe get Cam Thomas out there for some free rushes. They know they're going to be passing. Get your hands up in the passing lane every time. Like you've basically forced your opponent into sort of displaying their hand previous to the play. And that allows you to play a very different style of football. And look, they've earned it. Their defense put up a bunch of points and puts the Saints in a hole. So the Saints are in a tough spot here. They have to do something they're not great at, even though their opponent knows they're going to try and do it. And that's not ideal.
But so if I get 3 out of 5 correct, which if I just get Kyler to again keep throwing and Eno to get like one of those targets, if I get 3 out of 5, it's a 0.4x payout. So basically, I get $20 on a $50 slip, which I'll take all day. Getting 3 out of 5, which 3 out of 5 I can usually get pretty easily. So that one's easy. 4 out of 5 pays me 100. In which case, I need Kamara to break a big one, or Jawan to just get a whole bunch of garbage time targets. And then if I get all of it, then I get 500. So I think it's reasonable to expect that I come out like net nothing tonight because I put $20 on the other slip, which I would take at this point. I would take net nothing.
Sure.
But it's
Zero's
possible. Fine. It's possible that I make way more than that.
Well, it's always possible that you make way more than that. It's possible that, you know, the Saints come back here. Somebody says, I can't believe EJ actually pronounced my name properly. They don't. Should I tell him I have Irish relatives?
Several, even.
Yeah, yeah, that I visited in Ireland. Maybe. Anyways, I cheated a little bit, but that's okay. Happy you're surprised.
By the way, my camera overheated again, so I'm leaving the slip on for a little bit. I gotta figure out a cooling solution for this thing
I think we need
because,
to like over engineer this, do the Mythbusters thing, and like water cool your camera.
or maybe get like a new battery or something.
I don't
Because
know why mine did it when I came to your house, but it never does it here. Like I've had it once when it came back. It was still infected with whatever fungus your camera has on it, and it did it once when I came back, but it's not done it since.
I just think it's
So
because it's so freaking hot here. You
yeah,
know,
probably.
that's my theory at least.
Probably. Which camera is it? Really good question. It is a Sony what? A6
A5100, I think.
or is it the A6000? I got
No,
the box.
I
but
think it's the A5100. And we
I don't
got
want to
it
turn.
because it doesn't have record limits because the newer Sonys shut off after half hour automatically and there's nothing you could do about it. The older ones don't. But apparently the older ones also get really hot. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Just can't win.
Oh, what a great punt. Not that we get excited about punting on this channel. Well, we do sometimes. That's a great field flipping punt. And, not that the team that was leading really needed it, but wow, that is a great punt. Down inside the 10. It's gonna make the Saints hole to climb out of a little bit bigger.
And give me more passing yards.
Yes.
That's all I care about, EJ.
I agree. Get a new camera. Cool that. Okay, Andrew Williams wins the chat for tonight.
What did he say?
Cool that thing with Lamar's fourth quarter QBR.
Sheesh.
Kill
him, why don't you?
That is so perfectly bootleg, like both the tech trouble and the football reference. All right.
Almost a great catch.
That was almost a D-Hop classic on a nothing throw.
And he knows that he should have had it too, by his standards.
Yeah.
You should try to do a dummy battery and have external power. I do. That's the thing.
Yeah, we both do.
Yeah. That's what's annoying about it is like it's not even running off a battery that would get super hot, at least theoretically.
No. Yeah, no, it's the camera itself, which is a little goofy. All right, Kyler. Oh, he got dragged down by the line.
That's the thing is Kyler's elusive, but he doesn't break tackles.
No, he does not run through contact. He's not that kind of running quarterback. It's just that he is so damn hard to get a hold of because he's super elusive. But Jerome Boger with the flag.
Fourth quarter, Jerome's back.
Fourth quarter, Jerome. Oh, flags on Harris Jr.
It's a second hold on Hopkins. Let's see if it's real.
Let's see if it's real.
Yeah, I mean, technically.
Chris Harris Jr.
Technically, yeah. It's not the strongest call, but it's also not horrible.
Yeah, it's not a phantom call, which with Boger's crew, we're going to celebrate that threshold.
Yeah.
Okay, this is just grinded out at this point.
Yeah. Brett Try fan. Yeah, but I didn't want it to make a whole bunch of noise in the mic. Which EJ knows that audio quality is like, I get very nuts about audio quality.
Yeah, audiophile doesn't cover it. Audio obsessive covers it. But you know what the solution here is, Brett.
Mineral oil.
OnlyFans.
Literally, OnlyFans. All right. It's way too late for this.
Oh, Kyler bombing it. Oh, not ideal.
Little deep.
Little deep.
I respect the aggression, but Robbie Anderson doesn't have that kind of gas anymore. So
no, and they haven't worked together a ton, so you're still going to be sort of gauging like where should I put that ball for that guy so he can catch it, and he overestimated it a little bit. He threw for very young Robbie right there.
All right, we're back. Yeah, young Robbie, I think, gasses that, but not current
Probably.
Robbie.
Kyler runs like he's covered in grease. How come AJ Terrell sucks this year? He does not. That's a fallacy.
Oh,
AJ
God,
Terrell,
Kyler. Get rid of it. Or
he's
don't and take a
he
sack. Fine.
he
Fuck it.
kept.
Who cares? Fine.
How do you feel about that sack, Brett?
I just...
Mad Tom K. Really, Kyler? Yeah, we say that a lot during Kyler games because the highs are so high and the what the hell plays are so what the hell. Like, you have a lot of choices there. Like, you do keep the clock should be running. Yeah. Why is the clock stopped there? They take a timeout?
Just throw the ball away.
Yeah. I mean, if the clock stops there, there's no point to that play whatsoever. None.
He stepped out. It's like, just fucking...
Yeah, there's no point to that play if the clock stops. If you can keep the clock running by taking a sack in bounds, fine. Oh,
Yeah, at least you get
him?
something out of it, like a running
Right,
clock,
exactly.
but...
You burn a little clock, but like if the clock stops on that play, there's no point.
But I'd
Really.
rather stop the clock with an extra 6 yards than stop the clock and lose yards.
Yeah, I fully agree. They're looking at good old Route 66 stuff in Arizona. EJ heard Terrell was allowing 130 passer rating when targeted. Perhaps for like a section of a game for the whole season. No, don't think so. I'll double check, or Brett will double check for me
I'm gonna look right now
because he has it open. So we'll just race, but he has it open. So he'll double check. I've got the other stuff open. I don't think so. AJ Terrell was really good this last weekend. Yeah. Too busy thinking about the new Modern Warfare game to throw the ball away. Probably. Like, yeah. Injury timeout. Got it. All right. Kyler was the one being checked on. Why would you have Kyler in this game anyways? Like why? It doesn't make any sense.
So, see, PFF has his coverage grade at 50.3. Again, I don't know exactly what goes into that grade. I haven't looked at the plays that they graded. When I look at the Falcons defense on film, I have not seen him get picked on personally. So I would possibly just reach out to them, and because they do an explain the grade segment every week, I would reach out to them and be like, hey, can you explain what you're seeing about AJ Terrell that's playing poorly this year? Personally, I haven't seen it. They've also watched probably more snaps of him than me, but at least in the all 22 that I've watched when preparing for the podcast, he's been fine. So there's that.
Shh, but the slip. Yes, I know, the slip. Oh, goodness.
See, they said he gave up 80 yards against Tampa, and then he gave up 2 touchdowns against the Niners. They're crediting him with 7 touchdowns given up in 6 games. That probably has a lot to do with the game, with the grade.
Yeah, I would say so.
The 2 week 1, Michael Thomas fucking mossed him twice week 1, which it's Michael Thomas. Like, I'm not gonna hold that too much against him because Thomas does that. I don't know who got him week 2 and week 3. I'd have to look at those. And that was the Rams and Seahawks, respectively. But when I watched the Cleveland game and the Tampa game, I thought he was fine. So,
all right, great question about who should be on upset alert this Sunday.
Who's playing this Sunday? I can't remember the
schedule. I'm looking. Yeah, no. Browns, Ravens, Bucks, Panthers. I don't think Panthers are going to take it to the Bucks. Falcons, Bengals isn't really upset. Lions, Cowboys is one of the games on our watch list. All right, this is going to get not exciting here pretty quickly.
Would
Giants, Jaguars. I'd say that's fairly straight up. Packers, Commanders. Commanders could be the Packers. I really don't think they will. Colts, Titans, pretty even. Texans, Raiders. Again, that's more preseason hype in terms of if you're saying that's an upset. Jets, Broncos. I would expect the Jets to beat the Broncos even on the road. Chiefs, 49ers could be an upset candidate.
49ers upsetting the Chiefs specifically. If Bosa's back,
yes.
which I think Bosa is back this week.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Yeah, and Chargers, Seahawks. There's actually some chinks in the Seahawks defensive armor that the Chargers could exploit if Lombardi lets them.
Yeah.
And it's whether or not the Chargers OC lets them go after.
No, keep running, Alvin. God damn it.
The slip. The
slip is all that matters.
So maybe Chargers over Hawks could be an upset candidate. Bears, Patriots. I don't think so. I think the Patriots are going to bury the Bears at home. Patriots are at home. There you go. There's my
Juwan Thompson.
Juwan Johnson.
Or Johnson. Yep. Not what I say. Thompson?
Yeah,
no, Johnson.
You did. Steelers, Dolphins. Don't really feel like that's upset territory. Yeah. So not many is the answer.
So let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you consider Falcons beating Bengals an upset?
I don't think the Falcons will beat the Bengals. If they did, I would say it's a mild upset. Yes.
For sure. Upset by the slimmest of margins because I think the Falcons are a solid team.
And that's where I say mild is like, look, the Bengals went to the Super Bowl last year. They are as good or slightly better, depending on how you talk about it. Falcons were a team who was still growing, adding talent, in acquisition mode, let's call it that, at the beginning of this year. So I would say a mild upset, but with as well as Atlanta played. If Atlanta hadn't played as well as they did last week and they beat the Bengals, I would say, yes, that qualifies as an upset. If they beat them now, I would say, yes, it's still an upset, but it's like closer to could have gone either way.
Yeah. Find a cure for $5. Thoughts on my trade with Hockeys in the Patron League. Hockeys gets Najee and De'Ami Brown for Devin Singletary, Nico Collins, 2023 third and 2024 second. So you're getting Singletary, Nico, a third, and a second for Najee and De'Ami Brown? I would favor the Singletary, Nico third and second side of that deal because looking at who goes in our rookie drafts in that league, like you can get quality players with those picks. And if there's anything we've learned in that league so far, it's that depth is very important. So I would favor your side of the trade personally.
I love that little caveat. If we've learned anything in that league, what have we learned this week, league mates?
People get hurt a lot.
Yeah. Interesting trends in the NFL in terms of injury and also scoring. Like scoring is not the way that it has been quite markedly. Like the change is really noticeable this year and might be something we dive into. Yeah. Brett and I really don't talk about time distribution very much, but his schedule is extremely packed. Mine's fairly busy. And so we have all these great ideas about it. We're going to go down this rabbit hole. This would be a fascinating study. Like we realize it would take like 18 hours and we're like,
don't have 18 hours.
We're not doing it. It would be fascinating, but
that's June bootleg.
Yeah. It feels like we have all that time and we really don't have all that time. But there's no shortage of good ideas. Like there's a lot of really cool threads to pull on in the NFL. It is an endlessly fascinating sport, even with as much time as we spend on it, content we make about it, things that we know about it. We're always learning about it and always going, oh, that's a fascinating angle. Why is that happening? I'd love to dig into that. Can't do it all the time. We'll try and do that more in in some different formats coming up. We'll do some shorter stuff. But it's both awesome to have the opportunity to spend your time doing that. It's also frustrating when you can't do all the things that you want to do.
Let's see if we can get a big return here.
That's
getting
pretty good
Got to
return.
the 34. That's
yeah,
pretty
good return. They're up by 11. Like, right, like Saints did what they had to do. Now again, the Cardinals are not just going to be able to sit on this thing.
Yeah, it can go from a 3-possession game to a field goal game really quick. Really quick.
Yeah, for sure.
What's this graphic? Oh, this is just general what's happened around the league.
So Sauce, did you see that Sauce had the cheese head that he took from Packersville?
Hit it off.
And he has the cheese head in his rookie belt for the all rookie week because they're giving belts now.
Oh, that's
like
fun.
Championship wrestling belts. So he's got the belt and the cheese head on a shelf in his living room that he was showing on his game stream.
That's good.
I was like, are you a single guy living in an apartment? Like, yeah, you got a cheese head and an award from work. All I could think of was A Christmas Story. It's a very prestigious award.
Are you guys going to Germany for the Bucks-Hawks game? I remember you saying you wanted to. If it was possible.
Yeah, we really want to. And we will be traveling afield abroad at some point. But it didn't work out this year, despite some very generous support and me being able to go full time. It was not in the cards. We talked about it. We tried to make it work. It just wasn't going to work.
The obstacle in particular that EJ is referencing is the actual process of getting tickets is impossible because of bots. And the wait list was like 200,000 people. And the only way that we could have got tickets was the bots that are apparently illegal in Europe and still got used anyway. The bots that bought all the ticket then mark them up like 20x the next day, and it was unbelievably expensive.
Yeah, we both like our houses, and we didn't feel like trading them for NFL tickets in Germany.
Yeah, maybe next year. God, that Eno run, run for me now.
I'm still not trading my house for NFL tickets next year. No, we would love to. We may find ourselves in a position where it's easier for us to get tickets. Maybe it's London. We would love to go to Germany for multiple reasons. It may be possible. We will do it in the future at some point, regardless. We were really hyped up to do it this year, and we're a little sad that we don't get to. But we're gonna focus on all the positives. We're both extremely lucky, and we get to do a lot of cool stuff. We've already done a lot of cool stuff this season. We have more stuff to do. We're heading to Buffalo. Was that next week?
Yeah, we leave on next Friday.
Yeah, I leave. I leave next Wednesday, so I will actually do the Thursday stream from Buffalo,
which is, let's see, next Thursday's game is Ravens-Bucks. It's actually a really good matchup.
Yeah, and I'm going to do that from the Rockpile Report guys' studio. They've been nice enough to offer up their tech and their AV while we're there, their space and their mini fridge full of Montucky cold snacks. So there will be some sponsored beer next week on the stream, which is fun. And then we'll probably record the podcast from there Monday morning as well. So we're going to be hanging out, leaning on Drew and Chris's hospitality for sure. But it's going to be fun. Yeah, Buffalo's going to be a great time. It's going to be cold. Bring your warm stuff, SoCal boy.
I'll take anything that isn't 95.
I'm over it. It's going to be the opposite of that. It's going to be chilly.
Good.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Keontae's in.
Yep. Grind some yards. Great back to do that. Runs very angry. Runs with great power. Good lean.
228, picking up 6 yards. Yeah.
Yeah. Very rarely goes backwards. He's that dude for that. So Cardinals are going to be happy they have him right here.
And we talked about it in the offseason, how this was one of the deeper backfields in the league. And when Connor went out, I think our immediate reaction was they're fine. And so far, they've been fine. They've been more than fine, even. And I don't not that Connor's not a good player, but they just haven't missed him. they're too deep. That's why they kept 5 running backs on the depth chart going into the year, because they didn't want to get rid of any of them.
Uh-oh. Bogey flag.
What was the call? I missed his signal.
Too many men on the field.
See, happens to the best of us.
All right, switching to the backup bubbly.
See, it's in the high 30s to mid 40s in upstate New York. That sounds wonderful to me right now. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be chilly.
Brett, what's your PO box? I want to use Hockey's bet money to buy you a new camera. How much did you and Hockey's bet? I'm curious. And what was the bet? That's what I want to know.
Oh, big tear by Eno.
He's balling out, man.
I'm loving this. You and I saw Benjamin in the same draft cycle, but at different times, and it's funny, we come together every couple of weeks and compare notes, and it was like, man, I really like this kid. Like, I love Benjamin. I think he's way underrated. I don't know why people are talking about it. You're like, I know. It's just one of those guys we agreed on that was generally considered a 4th, 5th round player, and we were like, I don't know. I think he's better than that. And guess what? He's better than that.
Yeah. The first time I got acquainted with him was at the Senior Bowl when he was doing pass pro drills, and he was stoning every linebacker going against him. And I was like, I don't know who that little fucker is, but I like him a lot. And then I found his name and looked at his tape, and I was like, oh, he does more than pass protect. He's actually a really well-rounded running back.
Yeah, look at him run, and you're like, okay, inside, outside. Like, he has a lot of ability. So I just really enjoy it when guys like that get the opportunity, because so many guys don't.
Yeah.
Like, so many really talented players in the NFL just never hit their spot. They never find a coach that understands what they do well. It just doesn't line up for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, look, first 3 years of Eno's career, right? It's like, I
never had a chance.
Little fits and starts here, and you'd see a flash, and you'd be like, oh, he's all right. Look at that.
Oh, look at him go.
And it's just so cool that he gets to be the lead back now, carry the rock. Kenyon Drake's gone, and he's just like, come on, do it again. Like, put it on my shoulders. Let's go. And he was that way in college as well. Just a really determined. Ooh, I'm not sure he didn't score right there. Look at the way he falls. Nothing touches. That ball's across. He scored right there.
That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown.
Scored right there.
Which is great for my fantasy team. Even when I lose, I win, EJ.
I know. Well, that's the thing, is if you have 68 fantasy teams and 5 slips going, you're not going to lose them all.
Yeah, always look on the bright side.
Yeah, sure. Why not? We're happy to look on the bright side. And honestly, tonight's game's been pretty bright. Look at the score, 24-41. We have suffered through 2 Thursday night streams in a row with limited scoring and not a lot to talk about. Like, this is fun. Like, regardless, if you're a Saints fan, it might not be as fun, but this is a fun game compared to the last 2. And we get to talk about a ton of players. We always get to talk about a ton of players that we really like, but guys like Benjamin, cool to see D-Hop come back. Would have loved to see a little bit more out of guys like Cam Thomas and MyJ Sanders. Talked about Cam Jordan, got to see a Taysom connection. Chris Olave, we love. Pete Werner had some big plays early in the game. Like, there's just a ton of talent in every NFL game. This has been fun. This is a good time.
To bring it back to an early super chat that we had very early in the game, where they said, is this a Cliff and Kyler collapse? And I said, no, it's them not playing up to their talent level, and that a real collapse was Denver. This is them playing up to their talent level. Denver doing this and putting up 41 points is unconscionable right now, which is why Denver is a collapse. Arizona was just playing bad, and they're 2 very different things.
And I wouldn't put too much into their 41.
They got some defensive plays, but they still closed out a lot of drives,
But I wouldn't put it. There's going to be a surge here, right? Yeah. Fantasy trades and everything else. People are like, they did it. They're back, right? And
I don't expect this every week, but it's nice to know that they can do it.
It's possible,
We
and I
haven't
agree
seen
with
Denver
you there.
do this at all.
No.
Not even a whisper of a possibility that they could do
Nope.
this.
You know what I saw this week that is prompted, of course, by Denver's collapse, since we're talking about it, which is Denver's skill position talent has been wildly overrated for some time. And I was like, is it though? I don't think it is. Like, say Denver got A-Rod instead, like, because they pushed for him hard.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that you think that A-Rod can't turn around Cortland Sutton and Javonte Williams and Alberto, and like there was talk that they're going to trade Alberto because there's been some interest around the league, right? And they're sellers in this market. I get that, but I'm like, is it really? Like, yeah, Tim Patrick got hurt, but I don't think Cortland Sutton's a bad receiver. Jerry Jeudy, he's got his issues, but he can contribute. He's not a guy I want as a lead receiver, but like Cortland Sutton, Tim Patrick, Alberto, Javonte, like, I don't know that
it's kind of like if everybody you meet's the asshole, you're the asshole. Well, if every player you're playing with isn't doing well, this might be you.
Maybe you're not driving it. So this bugs me. Bill Belichick and George Halas, regular and postseason wins, tied at 324. They both have 6 championships. And Belichick has the chance to break that tie against the Bears. I hate that. I don't like it.
Sometimes things line up that way.
It lines up this way only once, right? And it just happens to be that the one time in 4 years that the Patriots are playing the Bears, he has the chance to break.
And you know what? Bill probably hates it too.
He probably does. All credit to Belichick. He's a class guy in terms of football history. And he probably doesn't like it either, but he's going to take it.
He's
for
still
sure.
going to win the game, but
he should.
I don't think he wants it to. I don't think he wants to be compared to George Halas.
No, I bet he doesn't. Oh, there you go.
All right, there's my Juwan Johnson.
Yeah, easy.
Let's go.
That was easy yards. All right, where's your slip? Let's talk about the slip because that's what really matters at this point in the fourth quarter.
So, oh man, I'm so close. All right, I need Alvin Kamara because the Juwan Johnson just hit. So to get 3 and get my money back for the night, I need Alvin Kamara to get 4 yards receiving. That's all I need.
It was right there. Oh, right there. He had him. Oh, Olave just got rocked.
Olave's been getting rocked all night, man.
He's been taking some punishment. The book on Olave, you can tell from the Cardinals players, was hit him. He's not big, hit him. And they have been hitting him. They've been hitting him on the ground. They've been hitting him in the air. They've been hitting him everywhere. They're like, look, that guy's productive. Hit him.
Fuck.
There's another shot of the week. Boom.
Broke up the pass.
Oh
no, he held on to it. Okay.
No.
Well, do they count
till
that?
It hit the ground?
Do they count
I don't know. Chat,
no,
did they give it
no,
to
they
him?
gave the PBU.
Yeah, I don't think they did. It didn't look like he maintained control.
Kamara.
Certainly,
God damn it, Kamara.
certainly didn't make a football move, that's for sure. Here we go. Sorry, we got a couple of super chats. JJP, what do you think about the story that Broncos players have to go through Russ's manager to contact him? It's true because the Seahawks players had to go through his manager to contact him. So I imagine he's continued that. Russ is Russ is an entity at this point. He has a whole setup. That's for sure.
I don't like it. And Pat McAfee was on saying that that's bullshit or not bullshit in the sense that it's dumb that his teammates have to do that because even Peyton Manning, he's Peyton Manning.
Oh, I'm not saying it's the right way to do it. I'm saying in
number.
Terms of JJP's question, it's true.
Yeah.
He does, they do. That's the way he does it. Is it right? No. Does it alienate people? It does. I mean, Marshawn came out, a bunch of former Seahawks came out and said, yeah, a little fracas.
That was...
Traquan Smith took exception to the pounding.
But Traquan stepped over him, and then the guy got up. I don't know. I feel like you're both asking for it at that point.
This is just boiling tensions from him hitting Olave, and they, Cardinals have been giving it to him physically.
He tried to do the Allen Iverson step over, And it's like, well, what do you expect? You don't step over somebody. Yeah, see, he's intentionally stepped over
Oh,
him.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, no, you don't get to get mad when he
Yeah.
tosses you when you
Well,
do
you
that.
get to, but that's what you get. You get what
Yeah.
you get. You don't get upset.
No, that's your own fault, bud.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, and Hamilton could have gone a lot lighter. Like Hamilton didn't need to try and upend
He's
him.
not gonna take that though. You know?
I didn't say he was gonna or that he should. I'm saying he could have gone a lot lighter. Both guys could have backed off a little bit there. Instead, both guys went hard, and that's what you're gonna get.
Yeah, these are juiced up grown men. What do you expect?
That's what I expect right there. Guy with no vowels for $5. Better delayed pick 2022 first Stone Forsythe or 2023 Saints fifth overall Trevor Penning.
Was Penning 5th overall?
Never forget, Brett was thinking Bo Melton was a first. Yeah, he gets a little excited about rookies sometimes.
Oh, because the trade Penning was oh yeah. Forsythe. Still, that's the answer. Forsythe was worse.
Yeah, no, Brett gets a little excited about rookies. I have to talk him off the ledge fairly often. He is sure that most rookies are going to take veterans jobs, and when it comes down to camps, it doesn't always work that way.
Occasionally, I'm right with Justin Jefferson and Terry McLaurin.
I would say more often than occasionally you're right, but it is a particular bias of yours.
I love rookies, man.
You get super hyped about rookies, and I'm like, you do know who's in their receiving core. You do know who's in their defensive backfield, and
the new and shiny thing, man. I can't
the new and shiny thing. You know what that's called?
ADD.
Right. There's another name for it.
What's that?
Crow syndrome.
You're not wrong.
Oh, look, shiny.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Just dangle some keys in front of me. Oh, Bo Melton. Bo Melton. Look at him. He's really good at Rutgers. Go get him, boy.
Oh, dangle some keys in front of me. There's the line to take away from the stream tonight. Wait, there's a challenge. Nothing to challenge. Melton Forsythe for Brett's first round. Why not take 3 picks? Those highlighter shoes. Brett is a pro at gassing me up in the offseason. Yes, Alec. Yes, he is. That is one of his superpowers. There's Olave right there with a clean reception, and he doesn't have to jump over anybody's face to do it.
Or get bulldozed by anybody.
Yeah, well, that is the one time. All right, Kyler coming out of the tent.
I didn't even know Kyler was in the
How is Bo Melton doing this year? Bo Melton is on the practice squad of the Seattle Seahawks. That's how Bo Melton's doing. Oh, it's not your guy.
Mark Ingram is getting fourth quarter
Ingram.
catches? Really?
Yeah, I thought that was Camaro yards for sure. I was like, dump down in the middle. That's the garbage time you need.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Why is so frustrated.
Well, that was it right there. If Camaro was in, don't have them in because they're down by 20. Is that it?
I don't know. But I literally need 4 yards. Like, this is ridiculous.
Andrew Olave in the flex this week. Congratulations, Andrew. You are a happy camper right now. Kyler getting some COD beta in the tent. Yes, probably. Yes, probably. He looked pretty spry coming out. His thumbs might be hurting, but he's all set. Oh, is this 0? Are they coming 0?
Okay, Kamara in the flat.
That would be fun.
Kamara in the flat. Hit it.
No,
there's your check.
No, max. They went max.
For a 2-yard pass. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No, they brought 0. That
Love
was
it.
the whole point. That was Vance saying, I'm going to make you. And he did.
Oh, no, there's a post safety. But still, though.
Oh, they dropped both. So it was a sim pressure.
Yeah, they only brought 4.
Yeah, it was a sim pressure.
Still.
They're doing it again, too. He's like, one of these times we're actually not gonna. Okay. They're just making him throw to the sticks and then tackle. That's, that's pretty typical
It's a
grind
good way
clock.
to drain clock, yeah.
Yeah. That's grind clock stuff.
Seriously, just...
Oh, guy with no vowels got your slip? Nice.
I hate that they are having Kamara pass protect, and yet they're throwing to Ingram. Like, what are we doing here?
It's kind of like Mike McDaniel. One of my beefs with him is he's like, oh yeah, Gesicki should block, and I'm like, no. Oh, did you get it? No, it was number 1. I thought it was 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
Callaway.
Damn. I was like, damn.
I'm beside myself right now.
You need 4?
I
Oh, you
need
can't get him
4.
here.
I know.
You can't get him here.
I'm well aware, EJ.
I know you are. I just had to like turn the knife, turn the knife.
Watch him get 32 when I need 32 and a half.
Oh my god.
Oh, Andy.
What do you need?
I need 33
Well,
yards. He has 29.
Take heart here. They could, if they stuff them, if they don't burn all the time right here, if they stuff them, they could get the ball back.
This is the
Kamara's going to get the
worst
2-yard
bad
score right here, and you're going to bitch die. And there you go. Little fade ball. Juwan Johnson is having a night. Who has Juwan Johnson in fantasy in the chat? Come on, somebody. Somebody
in that
Juwan.
20-person league they talked about earlier.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, anybody's got Juwan Johnson in fantasy right now is a happy fantasy football player. He's had a couple.
Possible I could still get it on the other end if Eno hits.
Jared's like, maybe Andy will get sacked. That means you'd get enough yards. Oh, Jared, we love you. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. All right, they can still get it back. Like, they're going to need a stop, but they could get it back.
They might onside. Well, unless you burn all 3 timeouts. If you get a 3 and out and you're using your timeouts,
yeah,
theoretically maybe. But I mean, do you trust Andy to get it done?
I trust Andy to dump one off to Alvin Kamara at some point because that's all you need. That's what we're going for here. This is not about the Saints winning the ball game. Like, I do not think the Saints are going to win the ball game at this point. Like, they could. It is possible. Is it probable? No, it's not. Oh, the helmet catch. What are you playing that for? Is this still considered garbage time? What's garbage time?
This is garbage time.
What's totally garbage time? Is garbage time 10? What's the limit for garbage time? The points time ratio for garbage time?
I feel like once your win probability drops below 20%, which I'm sure it's less than 20% at this point.
Oh, you're going by advanced analytics garbage time. I was going by like 1970s garbage time, which is like, oh, you're 10 points down with 2 minutes to go. It's garbage time.
Yeah. Dopamine go burr. You just described all of sports gambling, yes.
Oh, it's classic.
The fact that we still have 446 people here for a game that is literally basically over.
This is
just to see if we hit an Alvin Kamara 4-yard gain.
I love you all. This is crazy good stuff.
The degeneracy. I love
53 points on a Thursday in this economy on a Thursday. Yeah, it is. It's here, and you were here to see it, and we will treasure this for some time because I don't think we're getting out of the Monday night game.
CMC got traded to the Niners.
Whoa.
What?
All right.
For what?
For what? In unison. For what?
That's the
all right. CMC to Niners. Yeah, we got that. Brett, what do you think of Pacheco? Should the Chiefs start him over Clyde? No, just because they're different. It's kind of like Keontae and Eno. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is Eno, and CMC. Pacheco is Ingram. CMC to LA for Akers and a second. Oh no, it's LA. It's not the Niners.
Rap said Niners.
Okay, CMC to the 49ers. Someone confirm CMC to the 49ers. No way. Okay. CMC went to the Niners. I think we are set.
Yeah, I don't see any compensation yet, though. They just said draft picks.
Yeah, multiple day 2 picks.
So a 2023 third and a 2024 third? I wouldn't hate that.
It's not bad for damaged goods. I mean, if they can keep him healthy, but come on, Niners running backs healthy? Like, That part I worry about. Like they do not have a track record of keeping running backs healthy, and CMC obviously does not have a record of staying healthy. When he's healthy, oh my God. When he's not, who cares? He's not going to be on the field. So if he's healthy in that offense, he will be deadly. Like, no doubt about it.
So right
Deadly.
now they got Jeff Wilson in terms of their healthy running backs. Jeff Wilson Jr., Ty Davis Price, Tevin Coleman. So I could see it solely from not even knowing what the price is right now. They want somebody who can go win on third downs, and even though they have a whole bunch of other weapons with Debo and Ayuk and Kittle and all that kind of stuff, like
Oh, it's
adding
fourth.
another guy that can just keep drives going for a quarterback that is particularly fond of throwing to running backs, it does make a lot of sense.
All right. Charlie Trippy shows up. I'm all about it. They're comparing to Taysom to Charlie Trippy, and we get a Charlie Trippy highlight reel. All right. My night's made. That's amazing.
Where did they get Charlie Trippy film?
That's
what
we
I
go.
want to know.
He passed away. Charlie Trippy, amazing player, great broadcaster.
I didn't know he passed away.
Props to him. Me neither. I didn't hear about it. Wow. I'm surprised. As a Panthers fan, life is pain. Yeah. Mitchell's still on IR. Christian returning to his roots with the trade. Yeah, okay. Guy with no vowels. We're not going to fall for Bo Melton for CMC. Like we fell for it during the draft. We're not going to fall for it now. Nice try, though. I love the sense of nostalgia.
Fade, if you think life is pain now, just wait till they trade Brian Burns.
Here it is, bud.
Oh, what a play. What a play to down the punt at the 1. That's amazing. Or did they not give it to him?
I don't think they gave it to him. But either way, you don't care about that.
Why?
Because all you need is a flare pass to Alvin Kamara.
Oh, yeah. 4 yards.
Right.
That's all I need. Make my
That's
night.
all you need. They're probably not going to do that from the half-yard line. So if they're at the 20, they might. Oh, look at that.
Elijah Moore to Cleveland, maybe, please. Yeah. Maybe.
Absolute strike.
Great ball. And he landed on it, knocked the wind out of himself.
Yeah, but holy cow, it's worth it. He doesn't think it's worth it right now. That hurts so bad.
Yeah, landing on the ball is, you think you're going to die.
Knocking the wind out of yourself. It's just terrible. It's really bad. All right, we need a flare. And guess what? He's not in there. Is he hurt?
No, he's down wide. They did a 2. Or no, is that? No, it's okay. That was Trey.
No, he wasn't in there.
He wasn't in
He's there. Literally, they have Ingram in there and not him. I'm like, what's the deal?
2 minutes to go. What are we doing?
For a 2-minute drill, why do you not have Alvin Kamara in there?
Well, they just hit the warning, so maybe they'll bring him in after.
I hope so. Come on. Is he hurt? Come on, help us out, chat.
I don't know. It's Saints.
Brett, do you think the Chiefs would try to get Brian Burns to help the D line?
If they're willing to part with a first and a second round pick, maybe. I don't know.
I don't think they want to spend it. Like, would they want the help? Sure. Would they want to spend what it takes to get Brian Burns? No.
Because here's the thing. Everybody knows the Chiefs are going to be one of the last 4 teams, right? So you're assuming that pick is going to be like 29 or 30. For sure. So you can't just be like, oh, here's a first round pick. Because like they're like, oh, so you're giving us the 29th pick. Like, we don't give a shit. Like, give us something better. This is a top 10 pass rusher in the league. That's worth more than the 29th pick. So then you also got to give a second round pick or a third round pick or another player back. Like, you know, maybe you could do Karlaftis but they don't want to give up Karlaftis. They can't trade Frank Clark because nobody wants Frank Clark, and they got nobody else of value to give back. So
yeah, they would have to give big time picks. That's the only thing that the Panthers would take for Burns, because like you said, getting a player of his caliber is going to be extremely difficult because there aren't many players of his caliber. 49ers offense is going to look like Georgia Tech with the triple option next year with Trey, CMC, and Debo. Yeah, I'm all for it. I think that'd be killer.
That's the thing is I do think McCaffrey is going to play well in San Francisco,
Oh, for
but I
sure.
also think that he's not going to get as many touches as people think.
Oh, overshot Marquez Callaway. He had him too.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to get as many touches as people think because they like Jeff Wilson there a lot. And I think that Jeff Wilson's going to get a lot of early down work, and Tevin Coleman.
Oh, did you see the route from Callaway?
Yeah, he got him.
Like,
but
Callaway
Callaway's slow, so he's not going to get that ball.
Yeah, but Callaway is not considered a great route runner. That was a good route.
Yeah.
Like, technically, from a technical standpoint of route running, that was a really good route. He used the defensive back's leverage against himself. Like, that's a good route.
All right, here we go. Give me Alvin. Give me Alvin. Give me Alvin. Give me Alvin. Look right, Andy. God damn it. Fuck. Move your goddamn head to the right.
Just take your head to the right. This is why you hang out for a bootleg Thursday night stream. Come on, Red Rifles. Yeah, we hope the Red Rifle sees a little bit of it, but
all right.
right
2023 second, third, fourth, and hold on. 2023 second, third, fourth, and a 2024.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. That's it.
I didn't lose.
Yes.
The streak lives on.
The streak remains intact. The slips.
It only took until the last 90 seconds.
Oh, man. 1:30 to go in the game and comes through. He gets it again. There you go. Garbage time, man. It's all you needed. Now, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I got to go back to the roster here. Simmons. I thought it said Jackson. No. All right.
So if they get a quick score here, and then I get like an Eno Benjamin screen to close this thing out, like we're in the money.
You're not getting. They're not throwing the ball. Like they're not gonna throw the ball.
Come on, show it to me.
Show me the money. Show me the money, dude. I would love for you to go 4 out of 5 on that slip in like the last 10 seconds. That would be amazing.
The most degenerate shit ever.
2, 3, and 4 in this year's draft, and a 5th next year. That's not.
That
right.
seems okay. I want to preface this by saying Christian McCaffrey is a phenomenal player. That seems like way too much for a running back.
That can't be right.
That seems like way too much for a running back.
I'm not buying that right now. That maybe it turns out to be true, but I'm not gonna take the hook for that one.
I would not trade that many assets, and I'm not even kidding, for literally any running back in the league. Any running back. A second, a third, a fourth, and another fourth? Are you joking? There is no running back in the league I'm giving that up for. None. Like, ugh. Like, do you understand how many good players you can get with that many picks in the second through fourth round?
Holy shit, it's true.
Ooh.
Adam Schefter, blue check. 49ers are sending second, third, and fourth in 2023 and a 5th round in 2024 for McCaffrey. I'm going to say it right now. Unless they win the Super Bowl this year, that is a terrible deal. I cannot abide by that. No. Like, and San Francisco of all teams, like San Francisco is the team that has pulled multiple late round in UDFA running backs who have contributed greatly in that offense, like have been wildly successful, even as the third or fourth runners have come in and been super productive. So it's like, of all teams, they could hold up their own record and say, look, we've done this with peanuts. There is no need to pull a guy like CMC. And yet they give up a boatload of capital.
It's just absurd. It's absurd.
I don't get it. Like,
apparently there was a bidding war with the Rams as well, which is on brand for the Rams. They don't want draft picks anyway. But like,
Sure. But
Come on.
Let McVay go down that road. Again, I don't know.
Which,
I
hold
feel
on.
like,
On the other side,
sure.
great job, Panthers. You
Oh,
did
for
something
sure.
great. Yeah.
Ugh. Scott Fitterer looks like a big time winner. He traded a glass cannon for a boatload of draft capital.
Oh, now
Shoo.
Kamara's getting 1 billion targets because, of course.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's all good.
Oh,
It
man.
all adds up for the slip.
How's my other slip doing?
I don't know. How's the other slip
Oh,
doing?
my God, EJ. Oh, my God. Oh,
Did you
my
get it?
God. Hold on.
What do you need? What do you need?
So I hit the over on Andy. The 105. Oh, no. I misread it. I thought it was 10. I thought Kyler was half a yard under. So I missed on that one. Fuck. Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Okay.
That means
All right.
we're dead even on the night.
What'd you have for field goals?
None.
62 yards, man. That's all right. Like, I know it means nothing, but that's a hell of a kick, man. 62 yards. Andy, frustrating. Sorry, Saints fans. I had to live through it, so now you do too.
And what's interesting is, were it not for the pick sixes, that's enough points to win the game.
Oh, by far.
That's enough
Yeah,
points to win the
by
game.
far.
Like
I
the
fully
offense
agree.
for the Saints, as beat up as they are, still was effective. But it all comes down to turnovers. Quarterbacks making mistakes. Like, how many games do you watch in the NFL where 3 plays make the difference? Well, there you go.
Oh man, this is rugged. Wow. Saints at 8.5. Bad beat alert.
Was it 8.5 pregame or 8.5 at halftime?
No, somebody in the chat. Sonny just said Saints at 8.5. Bad beat
That's
alert.
horrible. That's just
Uh,
horrid.
They freaking kicked the field goal. Like, that is ugly.
Oh!
You're gonna get a
Somebody got blown up.
you're gonna get a backdoor by a half point.
It's insane.
Oh. This is a certified Jerome Boger Saints cover moment. Ah. All right, what do you need for Kyler? Nothing?
No, I'm nowhere. No, I missed on Kyler.
He needs like 50 yards.
He needs, like 40 yards. Unless they literally throw a screen right
Yeah.
now
And
that
everything
Eno
good
breaks for
happens.
50. I'm not
Yeah,
getting
no.
anything. Yeah, they're kneeling down. Cowards.
You don't care about my slip. No, they don't.
Oh, man. Well, at least I didn't lose tonight. I'll take it.
Yeah, so
take that.
Fade says, assuming CMC stays healthy, is having 2 Debos worth 3 picks. The only way it is if A, CMC has to stay healthy, B, they have to win it all. Like,
If you win a Super Bowl this year, then who cares?
right, then you have to, and it's all worth it, and who cares? If CMC gets hurt, misses time, they don't even, advance to the final, like, no. John Lynch just tossed it all. And again, their record with late round running backs is so good. They literally went as far as you can go with late round running backs. And if they think CMC is the one thing, if they think they are one player away in that offense, and it's CMC of all people, I'm like, I'm not sure you're seeing it clearly.
That's the thing is, like, I don't think this team is a running back away.
No. And not a running back that cannot stay healthy in a system that does not keep running backs healthy. Like, how many times have we seen the 49ers on their third running back in the last 3 years?
And it's not even offensive system that's the fault, but like whatever they're like
doing, whatever in the water,
their training program or their medical facilities or whoever, like some teams just get hurt more than others. Like Buffalo, like you look at there's a I've got to remember where the video was, but there was a tour done of like the Bills medical facilities and like all the new age advanced shit they do and their training regimens and everything like that, which heavily contribute to them having the lowest injury rate in the league. Well, this year's kind of an anomaly, but for the previous 5 years, lowest injury rate in the league by a lot. And the Niners are the opposite. I'm not saying that they have bad trainers or bad facilities, but just for whatever reason, that team has always gotten hurt more than pretty much every other team. And now you're putting Christian McCaffrey there, who has a history of getting soft tissue injuries every single season.
I don't get it. Yeah, it doesn't seem to balance out to me in terms of a value.
And even if he stays healthy, let's just say that CMC stays healthy. I don't think that there's any running back in the league that's worth 4 picks. Not today's NFL. Not in that offense where they, get 1,000-yard rushers out of nowhere.
Yeah, all the time.
Like there is no running back in the league, especially in that offense, that is worth 4 picks, even if Christian stays healthy.
No, and the thing is, this is not some kind of fluke of Kyle. Like, his dad did it.
Yeah.
His dad did it. His dad was the guy that coined that whole, system, grab some guy you've never heard of, and he's going to get 1,000 yards. Like, he did it year after year in Denver. And his son does it year after year in San Francisco. And then you go and pitch, what is a lot of draft capital for a guy that has had trouble staying healthy. And it just seems like, unless everything works perfectly and they make a big run with CMC, presumably get a ring or at least play for a ring, unless that happens, which I don't see happening. Again, like you, I don't think that one addition is going to push them into that particular ring. This doesn't seem like it pans out. This isn't like, oh, well, in year 2, CMC will get you
And also, what does he do that Debo doesn't? What does he do for that offense that Debo doesn't already do? Is this going to make you use Debo more as a wide receiver out of his best role? Because his best role is literally Christian McCaffrey's role. So, are we going to try to use Debo as a traditional Z receiver? Why?
He's really good as a wide receiver, but I wouldn't pay this much to put him in that role. Again, back to what you're paying for what you're getting. If you told me they gave him a 3rd and next year's 4th, I'd be like, okay, that seems totally fair.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, CMC is worth a ton of money. They have to pay the contract. They have the injury risk. That seems balanced. But you go, no, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th this year, and a 5th next year. Oh, okay. Yeah. You really wanted him, and it feels like that time that you get caught up in a poker hand that you're not going to win, but you're like, damn it, I'm not giving up.
Yeah.
The cards, it's all going in, and feels like John Lynch played that hand, and so rarely does that hand win, right?
Yeah. Find a cure for $2. Damian Harris and a 6th for Shaq Thompson. Honestly, Damian Harris is going to go for a lot less than CMC is. And the stark difference between that trade and the Christian trade, especially once you see them both on the field, I think will.
I just got a response on Twitter that'll make you laugh.
Huh.
I basically said what I've been saying here. Seems like a big reach. It says, especially since Kyle will inevitably bench him for no apparent reason.
Yeah, Ty Davis Price, baby.
He's our guy.
Go.
He's not your guy. My opinion, Niners are desperate for a spark. Yes, Mad Tom K. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out.
There's cheaper ways to get a spark.
I fully agree. And sign off. But I think some of what John Lynch has done has been really good.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it has been show me. Right, I'm Missouri. I'm the show me state. Show me that's gonna work. And this seems like you got to show me a lot to tell me that this is gonna work.
What do you think it would have cost them to get Montgomery out of Chicago?
Not that.
And I think that's still a
third
spark.
And 4th,
and that's still a spark to me.
Oh, it's a way better spark, and it's a different
cheaper spark, not better spark, but cheaper spark.
I'm not sure, because Montgomery is a warrior. He's going to stay on the field, and he is much better than people think. And in that offense, he would look amazing.
Or even it would probably be even more expensive at this point. But Khalil Herbert,
you're not getting Khalil Herbert. They're not giving Khalil Herbert. No,
I
they're
don't
not
know.
giving Khalil Herbert.
You never know. If they're giving up that many picks, you might as well go get a guy who doesn't
Oh, if
cost
they're
$1
giving me
billion.
a second, a third, and a fourth, and a fifth,
Yeah.
like a second, third, and fourth this year, and a fifth for Khalil Herbert, I'm like, here, take him.
Yeah.
Like, and I love Khalil Herbert, and I think he is the future at running back for the Bears. If you're giving me those picks, I can go find 2 other futures and get 2 other players.
But I don't know. Like, if I'm looking for a spark, like I go hit up the Eagles about Gainwell. Like I go,
Sure.
yeah. I don't know. I asked Arizona about one of their 5 running backs. See what Eno's going to call. Eno's in the last year of his deal. So
Yeah.
what's it going to take to go get Eno?
Yeah. Going to clean up a couple of super chats. Find a cure for $1.99. Damian Harris and a 6th for Shaq Thompson. I don't know if Bill really wants Shaq Thompson. Like he already has Kyle Duggar, which is the same thing but better. So I don't know if he did. By the way, Kyle Duggar is going to absolutely feast against the Bears.
Oh yeah.
He's going to, like, if you can put money on an over for Kyle Duggar impact plays, do it yesterday. He's gonna make so many plays against that Bears front offensive line. Paxman said for $2, I think he's taking Debo's role, maybe, but then like Brett said, if you take a Debo out of that role, like what are you doing? Yes, he's a great receiver, but you're limiting some of the value there, and you're paying 4 picks to do it. Seems steep. Mad Tom K, we got to that about desperate for a spark. GPG for £5 British. Thank you very much, GPG. With Elijah wanting a trade, is it worth it for Green Bay to trade for him, considering the other NFC teams making moves for weapons? Speaking of desperation, it feels like the Green Bay is entering that territory where they need something. Is Elijah Moore that something? They already have a couple guys in that offense that could be Elijah-like roles. It's a bigger deal for probably an X receiver like Claypool, which has been talked about. I don't know if it's likely. I'm just going to say it's been talked about. I would see more desperate moves for a guy like Claypool, again, for that big spark outside. Some to be opposite Lazard, which they don't really have right now. Dubs sometimes. Christian Watson looks like he's going to need a year. You know, you could kind of hit the ground running with Chase Claypool. That would make more sense. If they sold the farm like San Francisco did for CMC for Elijah Moore, I would question that as well. I think Elijah Moore is a great player, but
I think the Elijah Moore price just went up with that CMC deal. So
the regard that people hold CMC in always confuses me, because he is a great, and I don't use that term lightly, player. When he is healthy, he is so very rarely fully healthy. So it is really this thing. It reminds me of Bob Sanders, but on offense.
Oh, like, yeah, good. Yeah, exactly.
You know, when you're in there, you make a huge difference. Everybody can tell you're on the field, and you turn games. But you only play a third of the games every year because you're all beat up, because you play like a missile. CMC, same way. And so all these people are like, CMC's great. I'm like, CMC's great when he's on the field, but you can't say that when he's not on the field doesn't make a difference, because it's been a huge part of his career. So the idea that somebody just sort of, again, puts blinders on, says, forget it, he'll stay healthy, we'll just, here, have everything, is amazing to me. But people do it. And again, when he's on the field, he's just like Debo. He's part receiver, he's part running back, he's part game breaker, he's super tough, he's physically amazing. Got to keep him on the field. And again, it feels like crossing the streams to me a little bit. You take a guy that's had terrible amount of injuries and a team that's had a terrible amount of injuries at that position, and you put them together. You go, it'll all cancel out, he'll be fine. You're like, no, that's not how that works. Feels like it'll double.
Paxman for $2. Akers or Gibson makes more sense than CMC to me. Akers, I'm still wondering what the hell's going on there, to be perfectly honest.
By the way, is your camera back?
It overheated again, but it's fine. It's fine, EJ. It's fine. It's fine. So there's something going on with Akers that we don't really have any insight to. So
he wants out.
I know he wants out, but I don't know what happened.
Well, Darnell Henderson came back and took lead carries, and he was like, guys, I came back early from an Achilles injury. I looked amazing, and you're going to do this?
But then he didn't look amazing.
We all thought he came back extremely early, so I'm not surprised. But there's come on. There's so much ego tied up in performance for professional football players, and he plays in the most fungible position in pro sports. He needs to go get his bag, and if somebody's gonna sign him and pay him, if somebody will strike while the iron's hot and do that, like, good on him, go for it. But I like you think that market is a little more depressed. But then the Niners get in a bidding war with the same team that owns him and go and pitch a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. And I'm like, well, what the hell do I know?
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't have done that.
As for Antonio Gibson, I also think that they could have gone after him, since he can do some of the same type of stuff that Depot does in terms of the running back, wide receiver, get the ball in space to a big athlete type thing. He's not as good of a running back as CMC, obviously, not even close. And so depending on the type of role they have envisioned for Gibson, like, I could have seen that. But in terms of versatility, he's not the same guy. But anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out with us on a Thursday night stream, which was hijacked by CMC being traded, but we got points. We all collectively wished for some points. We got points tonight. It was an entertaining game. We got to see some good plays. Not all the ones we wanted to, but there were definitely some poppers in there. Good times. A couple of bootleg shot of the week candidates. Brett evened out one slip and lost the other one, or
I came up net zero, which
net
going
zero.
into the fourth
Okay.
quarter I didn't think was possible, so I'll take it.
Fair enough.
We live to
All
fight
right.
another week.
It's a tie. It's just a flat tie, and we move on. It's next week's opponent. We're not talking about this week anymore. It's next week's opponent.
But yeah, it was an entertaining game by TNF standards, and next week we should have another really good one because we're getting Bucks Ravens. So make sure to come back for that. Should be a fantastic game, and by then the trade deadline might be even crazier. We'll see if the Ravens or Bucks make any moves there. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We'll see you early next week for next week's podcast. And then next week's stream, EJ will be in Buffalo at that point, and then I'm flying out to Buffalo the day after that stream. So if you're in the Western New York area, come say hi at the Bills game. We're going to be tailgating with the Rock Power Report guys. You can follow us on Twitter. We'll let you know exactly where we're going to be if you want to come drink and eat wings and barbecue with us. Yeah, that being said, we love you all. We'll see you very soon. And until then, later.
Take care.